Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live and back at it again, folks. It's a Saturday night and we got TNA Bound for Glory here at the Wrestling for Life Network. It's going to be a good one, a stacked card, a crazy night ahead. So much to get into, so don't be shy. Don't be quiet. Get in that chat. Let us know what's on your wrestling mind. But lots and lots to get into tonight. So strap in, strap on, grab your snacks, grab your feel good, and let's go. Ding, ding, ding. We're live and back at it again, folks. Like I said, we are the Wrestling for Life Network. This is another live stream as we bring you TNA Wrestling Bound for Glory tonight. Is it Joe Hendry's night? Is it Masha's night? Will we have new champs in the tag team division and the X division? So much to figure out tonight. So much to dive into. Me and that pretty face and maybe one other face will be here all night long for all the action. Like I said, get in that chat. Hit all the buttons. Don't forget those little reaction buttons. They help the algorithm, and we want to see triple digits in the chat tonight. But without further ado, I am Mr. Every Night KJ White, the Iron Man of YouTube. That is Big Nick.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Wrestling for Life Network proudly brings to you its YouTube tag stream champions of the world, the Every Night Delight KJ White. I am Big Nick, and yes, we will be joined by the chapeau that runs the show, Mr. Ringside Anthony, as well. But yes, this is Bound for Glory, a night of 3 main events, which I still contest means there's only one main event, and that is Joe Hendry versus Nick Nemeth for the TNA World Championship.
Yeah, triple main event tonight. So lots in that way.
I hate that.
I don't love it. I don't love it. As right now, they're talking about the TNA Hall of Fame. For those who don't know, the pre-show is on already. Ash by Elegance and Heather by Elegance just picked up a win. And we got more with this pre-show, but they're giving us a little bit of rundown of the Hall of Fame. Of course, Rhino going in there. I believe. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. So we got James Storm on screen. So, yeah.
Yeah, because there was talks they were trying to get AJ into there as well.
Yes. But yes, Nick, we did our previews and predictions for this show. Looks like it's going to be a fun one. As I mentioned, pretty stacked card. Lots of implications going through all this one. And again, I see all that chat filling up. We will get you in a moment. But a very exciting card tonight, sir.
Right. Oh, absolutely. 100%. I can halfway concede the triple main event because it is a stacked card from top to bottom. Like we were literally talking during our prediction show and everything of Josh Alexander and Steve Macklin might be a match that opens the show. And that's a hell of a match right there. We've still got Mike Bailey versus Vikingo. We haven't seen Vikingo in a hot minute. And then you've still got Full Metal Mayhem, ABC, 1, 2, 3, the Hardys, and the System in that match as well.
Oh, look, Abyss is on screen.
Joseph Parks, attorney at law.
Parks. Well, yeah,
he's got to be a TNA Hall of Famer at this point.
Is he? He has to be if he isn't.
Right. Oh, they mentioned AJ, so AJ's going in. Or is AJ giving his praise to who went in?
Matthews. I think he's just talking about Bob, who's going in.
Good old Bob.
Bob, what about Bob?
We saw last night.
Right. What about Bob?
Right.
But yes, folks, we see everybody jumping in. Make sure you get in there. The prediction championship is on the line. Bradley's belt will be defended tonight. So you can get your predictions in on this one and let us know. But yes, congratulations. Oops, Spaz, I didn't mean to click on you, but congratulations to Bob Ryder.
There we go. He's a rough rider. Stop.
He's a rough rider.
Drop, put him in the Hall of Fame. You did mention Bradley, so I was going to click on this too as well of Bradley saying Ash and Heather wins. He was getting a prediction early, even saying, I don't care if it counts or not, when he's becoming a member for 12 months. So absolutely, shout out Bradley, fellow Yankees homie. But yes, 100%, folks, we do have the super chats, the super stickers, the memberships, the merch stores, all of that, all the gizmos and gadgets you can click on for your wrestling needs.
Absolutely. And again, like we went through this card on Thursday. I think they're usually going to open the show with the Call Your Shot Gauntlet match one or two maybe match. So very curious to see the implication of this. You picked AJ Francis, who is coming in 20th. Some people do think it's going to be Kazarian, but he is opening the at number 1. So
he's doing the Shawn Michaels. He's doing the Iron Man.
Run the gambit.
Yes, I've got EY coming out right now, so we might be starting off with that as we were speaking about it, because that was, I think, going to be on the pre-show.
Yeah, EY coming out looking sharp.
Dapper young man.
Well, speaking of looking sharp, looking dapper, and ready to go, it's the chapeau that runs the show. Welcome, Mr. Anthony.
What up? What up?
How you doing? You ready for this one or what?
I am. It's a jam-packed night with a lot of matches going down, so I'm super excited for Bound for Glory tonight.
Oh, so they're giving actual Hall of Fame speeches. I didn't know. Respectfully, I was unfamiliar. I was not familiar with their game with the TNA Hall of Fame, so I didn't know they actually did like speeches and everything. So I thought AUI was coming out to be a contestant in the Gauntlet Battle Royal.
We're not there yet, but yeah. He's doing a speech on behalf of Bob Ryder.
Yeah, I think this might be the first Hall of Fame I've seen from TNA, at least live.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, Nick. I didn't know how it worked either.
Fair enough.
Now, Anthony, before you got here, the pre-show kicked off. The crowd is live tonight. They are ready for this show.
I missed much of the pre-show. That was the reason why I couldn't join the stream, because I don't know what was going on with Triller, but I was just seeing a black box over everything. So I was trying to figure out where else I could watch it, not thinking the TNA Plus app at all.
Right.
So I did see like the very ending of the Ash match, and I think they won, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the crowd seems a little bit live tonight.
Very into what's going on. But real quick, we'll say hello to the early birds as Kadarius, first one in the house tonight. C Money, Speedball versus Vikingo should be a humdinger. This one should be quick, fast-paced, exciting. I think all three of us picked Speedball because we don't know what's up with Vikingo. Right. But this one should be a fun one, guys.
Yeah, we haven't seen Vikingo since he's been injured. It's been, at least 6 months or so, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a minute. And I think this match is kicking off the show.
Okay.
Because they did Gia Miller did like a rundown of the show, and she briefly said this is gonna kick off. So I think this is kicking off the show tonight, and then the Gauntlet is on the countdown show. So
the Gauntlet's actually on the countdown.
Yeah, it's on the countdown this year.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Well, that still that checks out for TNA. If they normally historically start off with the X division, like those matches that started off TNA pay-per-views, even if they went, gangbusters by the end of it and everything, and drove straight Wile E. Coyote off the cliff and everything with Russo and Dixie Carter, they always had banger matches starting off with the X division. Christ, everybody remembers that Eli Skipper clip to where he's getting the Hurricane, he hits the Hurricane Rana off the top of the cage.
Yeah. And I think last year's Bound for Glory kicked off with the X Division title match as well with Chris Sabin. So, yeah, I think they're just going in that trend.
Fair enough. Well, now he's a tag team champion and everybody's losing their freaking mind because I've seen people, where's the story? They're not the story. The Bloodline's the story.
I didn't really want to do this out the gate, but I will take a moment because you triggered me a little bit. There's a select group of the fan base out there, and we cover all the wrestling. Mm-hmm. But you just can't have nice things. And in that moment, if you don't understand what a big deal it was for this team, now for some of you out there who your favorite little Bucky team has modeled themselves after the team that just won the belts last night, if people don't get the story unto itself of those two men winning that belt, those belts last night, I'm sorry, you just don't get wrestling. You just don't get what we're doing here. The story, they did a really good job. They built them up. They built vignettes. And this is what you do when you bring in people and you want them to feel like superstars. You don't put them in matches with Nick Wayne. You don't put them in matches with Leo Rush. You bring them in and you make them feel like a badass right away. And it tied into a bigger story. And if you don't get that, I'm sorry. Enjoy the coloring books and the crayons you get for Christmas. But I'm sorry. It bothers me that just like the amount of just whining, and it's not on the premise of this sucks. It's my company's better, and look what they did. Like, I get it, but if you are a wrestling fan, then what happened last night with the Motor City Machine Guns was an amazing wrestling moment. And if your head is so far up your own ass that you don't see that, I apologize. But at the end of the day, shut up. Just shut up. Move on. Go watch another sport. Take up curling. Take up fucking pickleball. But go watch something else because you don't get it. And right now, the company that you're finding every flaw with, of like, they didn't do this and they didn't do that. Well, people say AEW doesn't do. Shut up. You sound petty, you sound jealous, and you sound minuscule. And it bothers me. Like, you just enjoy that moment. Motor City Machine Guns earned that moment. 20 years of earning that moment. I don't give a fuck if it was their first match or their 10th match. They earned it. If you can't be happy for that, we're just not the same. And I mean, again, guys, I didn't want to go on a bit of a rant, but it's true. It's so insane to me.
I will say this quickly, and then I want to know Anthony's reaction because I'm sure this man was ugly crying into his pillow with tears of joy and everything after seeing that. But I just want to say, of two veteran wrestling fans, too, the diehards, the tribalists, that's mostly what have you, is like the hardcores of the hardcores, which is what AEW's audience is. You should be happy that a team of veteran status like Motor City Machine Guns accomplished something like that. Still, if you're a new fan, that you can have that. Not even what I'm at. It doesn't matter to you. You don't care about that because you still got the bloodline storyline that sugarcoated everything. To me, there's a story either way you look at it. Whether you're a hardcore fan, you have the, awesome moment for Motor City. If you're a new fan and this is the first time you've seen Motor City, well, cool. Then it tied into the bloodline storyline. Right. You got Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso hugging out, so you can ugly cry over that too. So all the tears flowing. Anthony, how many boxes of tissues did you go through?
Well, I guess I'll talk about my reaction and then go into the same rant KJ did, because I was super annoyed last night as well. Right. But the last hour of SmackDown, I wasn't really watching actually. I was playing the new Call of Duty game. Well, I had y'all up, and then I had SmackDown up as well. And all of a sudden, I started getting messages from people that follow me, that know I love TNA and Motor City Machine Guns, saying you need to tune into the last. You need to record your reaction. SmackDown is not live tonight. You need to record your reaction. So they're trying to tell me something big was about to happen. So I was like, hey, y'all, I got to get off Call of Duty. I took the headset off real quick. I pulled my phone up real quick, and I lost my mind. I lost every sense of being in that moment. And I didn't like ugly cry or anything like that. I just had like one tear in my eye that just came down. But it was just so rewarding in that moment. They've worked so hard to get there. And it was rewarding to see that in WWE. It was their dream. It was their dream to be in the WWE, and they got that opportunity. So my reaction last night was priceless. I loved it. But when it came to the IWC, there's been a long time follower of mine for, like I said, a very long time. I put a tweet out there saying I was happy for the Motor City Machine Guns. And the instant comment was, it should have been the Street Profits. And I was not going to respond. But then I was like, no, I'm going to respond this time. And I said very kindly, no, they deserve this. They've been working so hard for so many years. They deserve this moment. And then I got the response back. I disagree. The Street Profits been there longer. They deserve this moment and all that other crap. So I left it like that. But you said it perfectly, KJ. These guys have been working for over 2 decades to get to WWE. They have traveled the world. They have worked in TNA. They have worked in almost any independent wrestling promotion out there to get this moment. I don't care if you've been in the WWE 16 years and haven't wrestled outside of the WWE anywhere else. Motor City Machine Guns deserved every bit of what they got last night. And I hate that wrestling fans, no, I'm going to call it something different. I hate that WWE only fans think that that WWE and the wrestlers in there deserve their moments as well. Motor City Machine Guns deserve every bit of that last night, and I just don't understand where this word deserved comes in to play. These guys have been doing it for so long. Before I was even watching wrestling, these guys deserved it. And the IWC just annoys me at times when it comes to that.
Well, and it blew my mind because when it was reported that the Motor City Machine Guns were going to AEW. There was a large collection of fans who were like, that's amazing. We're going to do this, da da da. But the WWE parlayed the signing of MCMG into a big moment. And you saw Sabin and Shelly in the ring. Like Shelly punching the mat because he was so jazzed that they got that moment. The crowd popped. And the same people that were like, oh my God, we can't wait to get them to AEW. We're like, oh, this is bullshit. They don't like. Again, folks, I'm not telling you what wrestling to like, but some wrestling moments are just pure, solid wrestling. Where's the story? The fact that they fast-tracked this, and they did, doesn't mean that there's a lack of story. And in addition to that, that doesn't excuse another company for having either no stories or 9 times out of 10 nonsensical stories. That's the issue.
But and if you want to argue the no stories, it was a tournament. It wasn't a story revolving around any type of current storylines. It was a
I would say that they use tournaments too much. They use the other side uses tournaments for every goddamn thing. They got rankings, they got all this. Don't talk about tournaments. We just got out of not having all the tournaments.
Now, just a quick side note before we continue this conversation, folks. We are still about 45 minutes away from the start of the main show. Tommy Dreamer is at the podium as he's going to introduce his good friend, his longtime friend, Rhino.
Oh, I'm getting double heartbreak here because I'm getting Tommy Dreamer, the Steven Seagal of wrestling, on one screen, and I'm getting replays and comparisons of historic Yankees moments that happened last night and everything with the Yankees game. But I digress. But to me, they not only had a story with this, they had twofold story. Yep. They had, for the hardcore fans, the veteran fans, the fans that know Motor City outside of WWE, know wrestling beyond outside of WWE. They got to see that moment and have, you know, like you've said, and we've all said, veterans of the game, 20 years in the business plus and everything, reach the peak of the mountain to an extent. And for those who have just gotten introduced into Motor City and this is the first time that they're seeing and hearing of them, they are just a byproduct of the Bloodline storyline. That was a huge moment to where you had Jimmy and Jay hug it out, and that's how you end SmackDown. So to say there's no story, you're just deaf, dumb, and blind at this point because there's not one, there's literally two stories.
And it just comes off as pettiness. And like I get it, but imagine like if we had the IWC, like John Cena debuts, and they're like, why is this guy slapping Kurt Angle? This is ridiculous. Like, that's what the sentiment is like, man, that was a really cool thing that happened last night. And just it's just like, because I like a company or I've strapped my wagon to 3 letters, I can't help but enjoy the wrestling. And I think that's partly why I took such offense to it, of the, you know, the concept that we enjoy all the wrestling. Yes, we're critical of what companies do and don't do. But if you watched that show last night and saw the building blow up and watched everyone excited, and you were like, oh, this is lame, that we're just not the same. I'm sorry. And like I said, maybe you got to take on another sport, maybe handball or fucking, like I said, pickleball's for you. But as far as I'm concerned, that was a wonderful wrestling fucking moment.
And it's not just like the Motor City Machine Guns moment last night. In that span of like 15 to 20 minutes, you got a big pop for Jimmy, you got a big pop for Jay, you got a big pop for Roman coming out, you got a big pop for Motor City Machine Guns winning, and then you got a big pop for Jay and Jimmy hugging it out. Like, you got 5 pops in a matter of 15 minutes, and I'm sure not one fan in there was like, oh my God, Jay lost the IC title on Monday in that very moment of 5 magical pops. So it's just like, it's crazy.
Yeah, we watched like a full 2-hour show where there's no pops, none. Right?
No pop, he pop, no pop, none. Right. That's why they're called the machine guns, because they're just pop, 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 pop.
Right. What's up, Jordan? How you doing? Eric has Rhino coming out to standing ovation. It's nice. It's sentimental. He's got a tear in his eye. You gotta love Rhino. He's like a pseudo Canadian. He spent so much time here with the likes of Edge and Christian and working the Western tours. It's so
his name fits him so much because this man literally has like no neck and everything, and just looks like a brick shit house.
Well, when I met him, I was blown away about how much wider of a human being he is. Like, I'm a pretty wide fella. Yeah, he's wide. Like, he's a house.
Short, round, and low to the ground.
Right? What's up, Eric? Kevin, welcome back. I need a stream to watch. Well, you can watch with us. They are putting it out on a couple places, and I'm sure if you Googled what you wanted to do, it would tell you where to find that too.
Right. Well, the pre-show I know is on Triller and on YouTube as well with us, and then the main show's on Triller and also on the TNA Plus app. If you remember that you have that, and just don't send them $9.99 a month because you forgot.
Right. Damien, how you doing? Bradley, welcome back. Let's go. Trey, Anthony's with us. Denisha's in the house. Clay Lewis, how you doing? Wrestling Proud back with us. Denisha, always a pleasure. TJ, gotcha. Kevin, Ken, welcome back. Cherokee George is in the house. The knee pad patrol is on the loose tonight on a Saturday. Congratulations, Bob Ryder. Absolutely. Spaz with a super chat. You want to take this?
Okay, fine. Thanks. Can I say the F word now? Are we past?
Yeah, we're good. We're clear.
We're past the line of demarcation. So now 18 plus here. It's fucking kayfabe, jayfabe, and heckin' notoriously XL Nikki. Why? Too many syllables. And friggin' Tony with the rings like Sonic. Tony Rings has been kind of sticking, and I do like the one from last night of Annie up, drop that food, Annie up. It's freaking Bound for Havoc weekend. Oh, that's an interesting
Bound for Havoc.
Now maybe we see Jessica Havoc tonight. I mean, it'd be only fitting. Let's fucking go. Hope you guys in the chat are well tonight. Appreciate you, Spaz.
Thank you so much, Spaz, helping us pay for these pay-per-views. $49.99 in Canada for this pay-per-view tonight.
Why is it more in Canada than it is in the States?
Well, thank you. Just Joe, Moose first Santana should be Big E happy. Should make Big E happy. Yeah, well, Beefy Boys, I suppose. All right, beef's on Friday. Beef was on Friday.
Well, beef was on Friday, and that's that gas station still fucking rolling under the heat rollers beef right there. Yeah.
Some repeats. J1 back in the house saying, what's up, fellas? Downtown Detroit is packed right now, and it's cool that TNA is having their biggest show at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. The crowd is live. Like, they were into the Ash by Elegance match, or Ash and Heather by Elegance now. Like, they were with every moment of it. Now we're doing the Hall of Fame inductees, and they're with it. Like, they're definitely came to celebrate tonight.
It's much better to run like a 7,000 seat arena, and I don't know the actual, capacity for this venue, whatever, and still sell 4,000 tickets than run a 15,000 seat venue and sell 4,000 tickets.
Right.
What's up, Boston? How you doing? Doing? Denisha, speak to it. I'm so with you, KJ. Spaz, another one, back-to-back super chats. Jack, SmackDown told more story in the last 30 minutes than the Mud Show has in 5 years, with all due respect. It's a valid argument. And again, I feel like, and then we see it in our chat, there's certain people that only pop into our chat when the WWE is cooking. If something really good's happening in the WWE, they pop up just to be like, it's not that good. It feels so petty, feels so jealous. It's ridiculous.
To have a company be your identity couldn't be me.
Right.
That's the thing, is literally at this point, it's the company's your identity. Like, I'm sorry, we watch everything, all the vowels of the alphabet, all the letters of the alphabet when it comes to wrestling promotions. You can all fucking play scramble and put them together. We watch anything and everything. We call a spade a spade. We enjoy what we enjoy. We watch what we watch. We like what we like, and everything like that. To sit there and have brand loyalty, it's like motherfuckers that you go to a restaurant and they only serve Pepsi when you're a Coke guy and you won't order anything. Like, you just rather suffer and look like a dumbass just because you won't cross brand lines.
Yeah, dude, it would be like you coming on here and saying, I really think Wendy Chu should be women's world champion. That's what it would be like, no matter what you witness with her, because we know what your real opinion is. But you spewing the opposite, just like, oh, she's the best ever. No, you got to call it the way you see it. Like, it's not just brand specific. If we like something, we like something. If something doesn't make sense, I know we talked with Anthony about Kazarian kind of being shoehorned into the situation tonight. We're not sure how we feel about it. That's what we're supposed to do as fans. But the pettiness, the boo-hooey
Right.
about it all is
And
it blows my mind.
and then the comparison, like, of everything. If you want to compare something, let's compare something with tag teams. You had GYV come in to TNA earlier this year and instantly won the tag team championships in TNA. They went to AEW. Where are they now? You have the Motor City Machine Guns leave TNA, go to WWE, and within 2 weeks are the tag team champions. Where's the problem at? It's not TNA. It's not WWE. Just saying.
Good one. It's hard to argue.
Right,
But
right.
Alexis is back in the house. The guns deserved and earned the moment. So the crybabies need to know their role and shut their mouths.
Are we going full rock of the Cody Crybabies?
Yeah, right. Now just to see IWC Crybabies.
Well, that's every day. I mean, they still live in basements. I mean, some of them sit there and even put it on and behind them on a whole screen and everything, and that's part of their
Right.
gimmick for their shows of that they still live in their
Right.
mom's basement.
They won a tournament and then they got put on the spot to have their title match, and then and there, then they were a part of furthering another storyline by winning the title. Simple to follow. It was good. Like, I mean, again, the brand new underdog babyface team who just had a match. The arrogant heels thought they were going to get over on them, and the arrogant heels forgot. They picked fights with other people, and they got burned last night. It was
Right.
it was a quick story. It wasn't a lack of story.
Well, that's like what I said is the bloodline storyline. If you're just looking at it through the WWE lens, the WWE scope, the bloodline storyline is the overarching thing. They're just a consequence of the bloodline storyline. If you're literally acting like this is the first you've seen of Motor City, is the 2 weeks that they've been there, what have you, then bear with it. You've still got, the bloodline storyline that carries it over. Everybody else that watches all of the wrestling, this means so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. Super Bear saying, I just found you guys somewhat recently. You run a good / fun show. Thank you, Super Bear. As we are still rolling through this pre-show, about 30 minutes away from the start of it. I have no idea what I'm watching right now. This is interesting as hell.
This feels like the most sci-fi. The Eye of the Salamander.
The Eye of the Salamander.
Tell me that doesn't seem like the most like sci-fi channel
right
ever. Can I skip the line?
Yeah, but at the top of the hour, folks, we will have the start of Bound for Glory. And again, it's stacked. We're ready to go. If you're listening to our voices right now, make sure you be a friend, tell a friend, share this link with the internet. Everywhere you talk wrestling, Facebook, Reddit, I don't care if it's MySpace. Let everyone know we want to see triple digits in this chat tonight and getting our wrestling on. But hashtag thank you, Rhino. A lot of people feeling that way. Really cool moment. Who else is in this chat? This list keeps getting longer. RM Girls here. We got Jordan Elders here. ABJ's back with us. Good to see you. Good to see you. Jim Cornette, shout out by Rhino. That makes sense. Early days. Rhino looks different in a suit. Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable.
It's emphasis, especially because he can't wear a tie because he doesn't have a neck.
No. As we got Macklin and EY having a bit of a confrontation.
Well, EY's been that super intense guy too since he's came back to TNA as well.
Let's go Yankers.
And they've somewhat had.
Why you gotta say that?
Eric Young and Steve Macklin have had some type of cohesive unit over the past couple
mutual
weeks.
respect kind of thing going on.
Yeah, with dealing with Josh Alexander and his crew.
Okay. What's up, Don? How you doing? Kofi back in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Big dog. It's always a pleasure, sir. Spaz with another super chat. If I don't get if you don't like AEW, you must only like WWE. I'm for WWE, NXT, TNA, Dynasty, and now MLP. But the Mud Show French my ass on Taco Tuesday. Oh, Spaz, there's always a left turn that we got to be aware of.
Right. Always got us in the first half, but I like Scott's comment here. If you guys hate GCW, said no one ever.
Right. Phil Umet is back. I added an L to your name, sir. I apologize. God, Rhino is such a great dude. What a speech. Again, an OG, a legend. He deserves this honor. if anyone out there is gangbanging and mad about Rhino right now, you're missing the point. But yeah, no, he deserves it. I love the guy. Very humble.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, Frankie.
Oh, well, he's coming out number 1, so we're getting the battle royal here, and so he's going to do the HBK, start off first and go the Iron Man. And I see Cherokee's comment of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Did I miss a reference?
Yeah, right there. No, we're Salamander. But ladies and gentlemen, we will put the prediction championship on the line tonight. Get your prediction in. There's 14 TBAs, so if you throw out a random name and get it right, you get a bonus point if you can predict the winner to this gauntlet match here tonight. Going to be tough because we don't know who's in it, but there is 2 favorites, AJ and Frank A.
Yeah, but I say AJ Francis, and then I open Cultaholic, and the first story they have is like AJ Francis's contract is still going to end up with TNA at the end of 2025. So I'm like, great. So I thought they were going to invest in this guy as he might be Cleveland.
Oh, this one's
I'm still taking Frankie. Frankie still has this.
Wentz coming out here, number 2. Do we see a Wesley?
Hey.
Let's still not forget over under. We normally do commercials. Where's Curtis with commercials and everything? But over under, how many NXT involvements do we see across the show?
Do we already count the one we got in the pre-match, the last match? Because
you got a default 1. Should we say 1's the line then? 2's the line.
We got 2 already. We got Brinley and we got Wendy Chu. So
we got 2. We're up to 2.
Shit.
Who was Brinley's a partner? Was it
Zaya Brookside?
Zaya. Okay. Lots of chanting and cheering for Zaya.
Yeah, the crowd. I did see that. The crowd was really cheering for Zaya.
I'm like, Zaya Lee. Guys for the win. I predict Hammerstone. Ooh.
Oh, I forgot about that big motherfucker.
I forgot about him.
Make Nick read it. Did you read it yet?
What did I read? What am I reading?
This one.
WWE knocked that storyline out of the park like a 10th inning walk-off grand slam. Yes, thank you.
It's only game 1. Yeah. It's only game 1, bro.
That's why I had to switch up. I had to, superstition is real. I guess I had to switch up. Now I'm wearing number 2, Jeter for game 2. So hoping for the good juju.
Wait,
we go down 2-0 and they win both games at LA. Just fuck.
Well, I mean, the old
nervous Nancy. Sorry, not to take away from wrestling.
No, but the saying used to be, "You're not in trouble till you lose one at home." So hold tight.
Yeah, well, the series ends at their place, so I'd rather fuck up the gaff and have to come back and fix it up than
whose house. But anyway, love Rhino absolutely. As Wentz is on the apron already, and I'm not sure how synced up all 3 of us are at this point, but I got Zachary throwing a kick to the face.
Yeah, and then pops in Codebreaker.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Yay! Hey, Anthony, you can shut the fuck up about syncing up, my guy.
I mean, this is your one time where you were perfect.
Bro, have we ever had any issues?
Well, me and you have
Canadian in the middle here. And I play the law of odds of I'm doing this with this man, 8 days a week when there's only 7. And so everything. So you call one time and you got it nailed it the first time.
He's batting 1,000, bro. But
he's only had 2 at-bats.
Ray shows up. I predict that HR would end the game. The home run would end the game. Like HR shutting shit down, but Jake Something chucking everybody around. Jake Something's been working with Alex Hammerstone as a tag team, or as friends at least, and that is insane.
Yeah, which is kind of weird, but I like it. I like it. They have to do something with the tag team division. So putting them in a tag team, I think, is great. But also, we need some legit tag teams in there as well.
Yeah.
Well, again, whoever wins this, because this is, I believe, still intergender and all of that, and whoever wins this is not exactly, it's not fully the Money in the Bank of you have a world title shot that you have to cash in on. You could see someone win this and say, all of a sudden, I decide I want to be the digital media champion.
Right.
Right.
Oh, up next, number 4, Trey Miguel.
So we got a tag team match now of Kazarian and Jake something versus the Rascals.
Meteora.
Nope, suck. Yeah, they do. Fair enough.
I retired that Jay's hat quick.
Well, then you should be on my side. You cheer for the AL.
I said that. I said I can't cheer for the Dodgers. I can't do it.
I think it's just because it's me. It's kind of like how I become a Maple Leaf fan, but we're
Right.
going off topic here. Damian could be another favorite in Jake something. Anyone thinking Jake something could win this?
He's a hard out.
Yeah, a lot of these people I didn't think of, like Jake something and Hammerstone, like they never crossed my mind. I just immediately went with Frankie.
Am I wrong? And I like
why?
Well, am I wrong in that I like Jake something like what he does in the ring? But the fucking name, like if you're gonna be a big thing, you can't be something. It's hard to be nothing when you are something. And here comes
Hammerstone.
2024 Hulk Hogan, Alex Hammerstone.
It's funny because he's just him and Jake. I mean, how do you get them out? They're tough out. They're such big dudes.
You got to have somebody big to come out and take them out.
Mm-hmm.
Could we see
like an Oba?
I was going to say Omos, but I was gonna throw out Omos if you could see somebody who hasn't been used on WWE. Here you go, TNA. Maybe you do something with him. You get a Colossus Omos.
Right, Omos is a good one too.
Frankie just dodging the big men.
Now, see, what would be your strategy in a match like this? Do you do like the heel tactic of you don't get in the ring until someone throws you in the ring, or you do the road dog and you grab like the bottom turnbuckle and like you got to really
Rohit Raju.
I think he was just at Maple Leaf last weekend.
He was.
Yeah. Wasn't the Key and Peele?
Oh, that's funny.
Man's going insane right now.
I'd be going for the big guys. I'd be avoiding the big guys. I haven't been able to watch TNA lately, but what a great way to get back into the swing of things than their biggest show of the year, BFG. I always thought Slammiversary was their big show, like their WrestleMania.
Anthony, you're the deciding factor here. You are the resident TNA expert. So, what is the TNA WrestleMania? Is it Bound for Glory? Is it Slammiversary? They're kind of the 1A, 1B.
It's supposed to be Bound for Glory. Bound for Glory is their WrestleMania. But Slammiversary was kind of huge this year.
Yeah.
If I had to put a year on it, I would put Slammiversary as the biggest show this year. Mm-hmm. But it's supposed to be Bound for Glory.
We just started.
Laredo Kid. Yeah, I always thought it was Slammiversary was kind of like their big fucking annual party. But Bound for Glory never disappoints.
That's the thing is they run special shows. They run only a few pay-per-views. And when they do run pay-per-views, they make it matter. Hey, looking at you, Con. But yeah.
And they stick with a majority of the time, like the 8 to 10 match card. Like they don't really go over. At least for the main card is usually 8 to 10 matches, and they all get you out within like 3 hours.
Is
Laredo
it crazy
Kid in and out? Sorry, Nick, but Laredo Kid in and out.
Yeah.
He got the Taz elimination of his entrance music didn't stop playing by the time he was eliminated.
Exactly. Did he touch the ring?
Uh-oh, Trey Miguel's in big trouble.
Oh, Trey Miguel is out.
Hammerstone just throwing Trey onto Laredo Kid.
Now you wait. The last end of it's gonna be a reverse battle royal. Hey, Sami Callihan coming out. How do we feel about the whole talk of now with John Moxley, Renee Moxley Good, and all of that as kind of the figurehead of AEW, that a lot of people thought Sami could show up there and be right-hand man.
It's crazy that I never really thought that Sami would show up in AEW, and then to double down just this week saying he's going to be with TNA for a long time, and then got promoted to like head of live events or something to that effect. He's going to be there for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, OG, I mean, it's been interesting with Sammy. He was in the company, he left the company, he went back to the company. Rumors that he might go elsewhere, and then he, like you said, comes out and says, "No, I'm good." So it's been an interesting time for Sammy for sure. He hasn't been overly prominent.
Well, he's halfway. I still remember when we were first watching Wrestling Revolver and thought it was his promotion. When it turns out it was, it was Swerve's. We thought it was Swerve's, and it turns out it was his promotion. Everything.
That's where Havoc's been a lot.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, man's got, fingers in other, cookie jars and everything around the wrestling realm here.
Jack Schuyler in the ring from the good hands.
Yeah, and he just hit like a slingshot spear. That was pretty nice.
Right.
Is he the left hand or the right hand? Are we doing this like the Twix? Is he the left hand or the right hand? Which one's the good hand? Is that the one you sat on long enough that it fell asleep?
I don't know. I don't know.
The stranger over there.
I liked that. I didn't have to say shit, but everyone knew what I was saying. Y'all a bunch of dirty motherfuckers. Y'all need to go to confession.
I don't have access to the pay-per-view, so I'll be listening to you guys while watching. Yeah, Collision is on tonight as well. We might just peek over and let you guys know what's up, but no, our focus will be TNA tonight.
Right.
In a battle royal, leave under the bottom rope, run to the back, lock yourself in the locker room. How about Sami Callihan as a crossover to NXT? I don't know. I mean, he's up in the age. He's not a bad wrestler, but he's an acquired taste, I think, to an extent. Not in the best shape of his career either.
He goes back to his old stomping grounds when he was the hacker, when he was, like something Crow and everything like that. So, yeah, I don't know about that. And I do also like the idea of you do the Austin and the Royal Rumble of you get stretchered out at number 3.
Yeah.
And then you come back at 27.
Right.
So we got Boo Pender out here, which I saw one of his best matches last week at Maple Leaf. That was one of the best matches I've ever seen him wrestle.
I remember him being the taxi driver in Deadpool there, Dopinder. Big star.
Oh, Mr. Deadpool. Sami Callihan. Oh, so Scott's going Sammy. I'd love to see Sammy in AEW. I think he'd fit perfectly with Moxley. I mean, again, we'd get some insane matches, especially if they went one-on-one as rivals. They'd do some crazy shit. I like when Sammy, I guess it would be 2 years ago now. Hey!
It's been a minute for Trent Seven.
One half of the mustache is here.
Yeah, well, gets the pop because he's got the Detroit Pistons, towel amongst his loins there. But yeah.
Are we getting a debut in this match? I don't know.
Remains to be seen. There's all the TBDs, all the TBA and everything. So yeah.
Yeah. First time you saw was MLP. So yeah, no, that match was really good. And I mean, again, it kind of shows that there's a good amount of talent out there. Scott put together a good card full of I wouldn't say a lot of them, but there was a good amount of names where people were like, I don't really know you guys. And they showed up and showed out.
I have a question from an American to a Canadian. Could MLP be the prominent Canadian-based promotion, like how they tied it in? They were digging up about Maple Leaf Pro had a bit of a history through Canada. They tied in the Stampede, the Canadian wrestling scene.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be the prominent Canadian wrestling company?
Casey Navarro is in the building, and I'm a big fan of Casey.
He just re-signed, so he's not a bad shout, actually.
Up and over. The MLP has a chance. I mean, they got to re-establish things. There's a lot of small pocket wrestling in Canada, especially coming out of Quebec and such. They got a good presence, of course, out west with Stampede. Locally around my neighborhood, you have things like Greek Town that does really well and pulls in good names. We'll see. If they keep putting on shows like this, I mean, it's gonna be hard to argue. It seems like a better show, stronger budget, more eyes. You were able to get on Triller and such, which was a good steal for them. So yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, again, Scott's always had that Canadian lean to him, and it's worked out well. TNA was running 80% of their shows, it felt like, in 2023 out of Canada.
I feel like Anthem is halfway a Canadian company at this point, but I'm almost wondering if I was, flop dollar adjacent here and should have picked Casey Navarro after he just re-signed.
Rhino. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
mean to
as I
interrupt
said,
you.
Rhino,
Yeah.
in this.
But I think
How many
Anthem
gourds?
is actually a Canadian company.
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, 2 out.
Because they own fight something in Canada.
Yeah, they hey,
I missed the
Rhino
initial
eliminating
statement,
everybody.
Your Honor. Can you repeat the initial testimony?
I was saying that Anthem is a Canadian
Okay,
company.
yeah, I thought they kind of were because that's when
Calvin
TNA
is
really
out.
moved that shift over that way.
Right. Big pop for Rhino as he continues to eliminate everybody. And we're about 14 minutes away from the start of the main show, folks. I'm guessing Jinder Mahal in TNA wouldn't be a bad show.
Well, do you see him in TNA or do you see him being, because that's going to be the interesting question, is does Maple Leaf Pro start to really develop like in-house talent, like consistent talent?
I don't know.
Or is it just a passing through?
Hey, look who it is.
Our first lady of the evening. Lady of the evening. Lady of the evening.
Here we go. Here we go.
Cruella de Vil.
Did Jordan bring 2023s or 2022?
She won in 2023. Yeah. Because she pinned
Bully.
Who did she pin? Yeah, Bully. Yeah.
They had a little fucking rivalry going on. It was fun to watch.
Ooh, nice cutter to Casey.
Right.
Wow.
Well, and we should let everybody know that this battle royal works to where once you get down to the last two, it becomes a one pinfall match there. It's not your traditional battle royal to where it's a Royal Rumble. It comes down to once you get to the last two, it's a pinfall.
Right.
As Tasha pointing down at Rhino.
You can't cutter a man with no neck.
Right?
Why did you just twerking on him?
I was just about to say that.
What in the sexy red is this bullshit?
Gore that booty.
I was gonna say it. I thought it. It was on the tippy tip of my tongue. It rhymes with gore. Starts with a
hey, look who it is.
We got Xia Li because I can't pronounce her TNA name, so I'm not even gonna try.
Xia Li.
I think it's Wing Lei Ying. I don't know. I think MDB knows how to do it though. He knows how to pronounce it.
You have that.
Nice head scissors.
I'm gonna just call her Katana from Mortal Kombat. There we go.
Canadian
flawless victory. Oh, she went out onto the bottom rope, so she's still in. She's still in.
My sugar daddy is providing the pay-per-view for me. Anthony, it was very nice of you to help.
Right. We all turn a certain way.
Boston.
He covered his face before I said shit.
If you know, you know.
Oh.
We got the left to the right hand that was in here earlier, or still might be in here.
That was like a big right hand.
I love that cheeky punch. Him and Tyler both do it. The hand up and pop him with the other hand. Such a nice look.
Oh, that's always the worst thing to do is celebrate right by the ropes. Hurricane Rana by Casey. Oh,
nice.
Like a modified 619 of just instead of the slingshot, like hopped over the ropes.
As he takes a drop kick to the floor, he's out because he jumped over the ropes like a dummy.
Ah, okay, because I thought he went through the middle rope. Yeah.
Oh, he went up and over.
No, he did the modified. If he did like Ray and did the 619, he would have gone through the middle. He hopped over the top to do it.
Just dumb.
Who's next?
Looks like a live action Mufasa.
Right.
Leon Slater.
Like just the mane and the mustache.
Leon Slater.
The Javon Evans of TNA.
Kind of. I want to see
Javon. Kevin Knight are competing for that spot.
Yeah, but you get Jordan Knight in the ring with Javon or even a Leon Slater. I mean, come on now.
We just need to turn the gravity on extra just to make sure that they don't just float away and shit like that.
Ooh. Yeah, Kazarian having none of it.
Again, Kazarian came out number 1 and is still in this match. I don't know what number we're at, but is still number uno and still holding strong here. So far,
Shit.
I think your longest in the match are Kazarian, Wentz, and something.
Wait, who's...
I wasn't trying to be funny with that. That's literally the guy's name of the 3 longest in the match.
You're referring to Jake?
Yes, not the snake, but something. That sounds almost worse than talking
there goes Ali, thanks to Frankie.
Ooh.
And we got Jonathan Gresham coming out.
We represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop
Nice
Guild.
moonsault. Holy shit. I was gonna say, I feel like Gresham has kind of gone a little bit quiet over the last little while.
Yeah. The thing about Jonathan Gresham is he is a phenomenal wrestler and a phenomenal technical wrestler. But when it comes to his character, it's not there. It's not bad, but it's just not there.
Jonathan Gresham is the Muggsy Bogues of pro wrestling. Of just short in stature and do a lot of cool. Okay, now I'm back. I guess I decided he just didn't like my short comment.
You're still there. You're still there.
I didn't know. Well, now I am, sir. But they couldn't see me. But yes, he's the Muggsy Bogues to me of pro wrestling, of phenomenally talented, but just I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish it was
Right.
Just come on.
He's about the same size as his wife, Jordan Grace. They're like the same height and everything.
I think she's taller. And that's not saying that you can't do that, but I mean, shit, Bryce Young.
I know.
It's hard out here to be short, respectfully. Oh, man, it's hard to be short.
Oh, we got JDC from the system coming out here. I forgot about him, too.
Just call him Dirty Dango.
Dirty Dango, yeah.
I'm JDC from the OPP. Yeah, you know me.
And Leon Slater eliminated by JDC.
Right, by the Dirty Dango. Oh, but Trent Seven looks like he's about to toss this man
right behind him.
Big chop, big chop. That's a lot of baby oil. Yeah, someone called Diddy. They've got to redistribute his supply and everything. They've got to reintroduce that to the market. So if you need baby oil or anything like that, going by it, it's 10 cents to the dollar right now because they had to reintroduce Diddy's supply back into the open market.
We at number 20
Francis out here for the win. Now, I'll ask you this, Anthony, because I literally saw the whole conversation earlier today. It was, Gresham saves himself, but that AJ's contract come 2025 is, TBD with TNA. Does he stay there? Does he resign? Like, to me, I think that's been the best he's been featured. Like, the peak of AJ Francis's career has been him in TNA.
Yeah. I think he should resign. I really think he should. Like you said, this has been the peak. He's been talked about the most in TNA. His feud with Joe Hendry really got both of them over in a way. I think he needs to stay with TNA. I would actually love to see him and KC eventually win the tag team championships. So I think best bet for AJ Francis is to stick around with TNA wrestling.
Fair enough. Do you feel like was KC the Silver Surfer, like the herald before AJ actually resigns? Like that was the first piece to move. Like, we're keeping KC, we've signed KC, so now we keep AJ.
Yeah, I feel like it was, and I feel like, and this is not a knock on and I forgive me, I can't think of his name. It was AJ Francis' old partner. But I can't think
Ashante the Adonis, Cedric.
in TNA.
Oh.
Man. Yeah, I can't think of his name, but I didn't really like him. I didn't really like him as his partner, and I think KC.
Rich Swann.
Yes,
yeah,
Rich Swann.
Whoop, whoop. That's
it was weird with Rich Swann and him, but I think him and KC gel better together as a tag team than him and Rich Swann.
Fair enough. Yeah, well, And where do you see it? Like, if AJ doesn't stay with TNA, do you go just strictly independent? Do you go like, I don't want to say it, but I don't know if WWE would be exactly calling right now. Do you go AEW and then you get in the shuffle? I think TNA is a spot where he could be a potential world champion TNA. I will say that, as he just chokeslammed Trent Seven onto the outside here.
I don't see. I never say never, but I don't see someone returning to a company that fired them twice. But I mean, it's probably has happened in the past. I just can't remember it. But for in AJ Francis' case, I feel like he can run the independent scene and kind of do his own thing. I don't really see him back in WWE for some years, to be honest.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
Right.
Shame on you. As something that went on the outside here. So, I mean, theoretically, a good drop kick, and both men are out here.
Right.
Flop for the win. So we're down to, so AJ was the last man in.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so I got lucky, and y'all predicted number 1. I predicted number 30 and number 20 somehow here. But yeah, so we're down to Zachary Wentz. Jake something just went out, I believe.
Yep, Jake something's out. And it looks like Wentz is about to be out because Jake something is pulling him.
Right? Yeah. Looked like that was trying to be something more than what it was, but they've made, oh, fuck, I don't like this, though, because they made Francis look like the big, like he's the giant in this, of he's just tossing everybody out. He's the big man you can't eliminate. Mm-hmm. So that means we're down to the final 4 of Rhino, Dango, Kazarian, Gore. Could they just do Rhino wins because Hall of Fame?
I mean, that would be crazy. Oh, JDC is out.
Welcome to Detroit City. Dango's out. Flop dollar for the win. I don't even know if we added this into the predictions, but let us know, folks, who you taking, because Aaron better win.
By AJ Francis.
Flop dollar's awful. He's gotten better.
He's gotten better, definitely, in TNA.
I think it was
AJ Francis is out.
Son of a bitch! Yankees, Rodon, I'm looking at you, motherfuckers. You better win, otherwise this is going to be another bad night for me. So we're down to Kazarian and Rhino.
Right. Is regular match here. Pinfall or submission, I think.
But see, this is good because you've got Rhino, the Hall of Famer, the hometown hero, right there in Detroit City. You got him versus Kazarian. If Kazarian wins, then he gets the heat of you over the guy who just won in the Hall of Fame. We just heard all this sympathetic story and everything from him. We want to cheer for him. And you beat him? Boo. Boo.
Right. This is going to bring a lot of heat to Kazarian if he wins. But I think that's the only choice here, unless they give it to Rhino. Oh, a low blow.
Whoa, that's it. 1, 2, 3.
That is it.
Why? That's so bullshit, though, that fast. All I gotta do is kick you in the stones.
I don't want to say mark my words, but Kazarian may be walking out of Bound for Glory as world champ tonight.
Boo! Boo! I would have at least he goes for the gore and he dodges out of the way and he hits the turnbuckle and everything like that. And then even say you do a low blow, what have you, then you add, insult to injury and you do that versus just boing. That was football and groin. And that's how we had this match.
They only had a minute left or 2 minutes left. He had to do something to win, I guess.
Duck, dick, dive, and duck.
Yeah, they're screwing Joe Hendry out of the championship tonight. I think that's what's happening. I'm still going with my choice of Joe Hendry, but I feel like Kazarian is walking out with the world title tonight.
Kazarian, the John Moxley of TNA. You heard it here first, confirmed by Ringsider Anthony. Just fucking up good storylines that were already going just to end up in a title match and win the title.
Right.
Scott, how can I watch this pay-per-view? You can listen to us. You can get it on Triller. I believe it might be on YouTube TV, what have you. or on the TNA Plus app. But yes, we are going live and official like a referee whistle. Speaking of the whistles and the officials, as maybe he'll get there. There we go. As you know, the Every Night Delight, the Iron Man of YouTube, Mr. KJ White, joining us back again.
Kazarian, speaking of Iron Mans, runs the gambit, runs the gauntlet, and takes the W. I don't like it. I don't like it, Anthony. I don't like it, Nick.
I think he's screwing Joe Hendry out the title.
Oh.
Scott, you can watch the pay-per-view on Triller. TNA Plus, you might be able to pay for it on YouTube. And then there's always those fun sites that show them for free.
Yes, good old dot. But I have the FBI warning.
I have the city of Detroit, so I should pause here, I guess.
I have my shit loaded.
I am just sitting. Oh, now I just got the city of Detroit. I was just sitting on the FBI warning.
I paused at the city of Detroit. So
live Detroit, Michigan.
I got Miss Alexander in the ring.
Oh,
catch up.
This man ends up. See, now you see this man ends up 10 minutes.
Okay, now I'm there with Miss Alexander.
See, you're talking and you're missing up the catch up.
Yeah. I'm hot dog, so catch up, homie.
We got Alona singing the national anthem.
I got that too. So we're good.
Yes, see, me and Anthony are dialed in.
Shut up, you.
I
got the start of the anthem. Oh, say, can you see?
Jose was in the last match.
Canseco?
Right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bound for Glory kicking off the main show. Frankie Kazarian just won the gauntlet match. We're not quite sure what's starting this one off, but make sure you get in that chat. Be a friend, tell a friend. Let's see if we get triple digits here for a TNA show on a Saturday night. And remember, we will take a little peek once in a while at Collision, but the focus will be Bound for Glory tonight. The bigger of the two shows, in my honest opinion, and we're looking forward to it. So it's stacked. We already had some fun with a couple matches leading up to the start of this one. And again, if there's any implication, my God, Joe Hendry, look out, bro.
Well, B-Hockey, always, big fan out here saying, I've never seen a worse sales pitch for a pay-per-view than Kaz winning there.
It just shows that somebody doesn't watch TNA because they've been building to this moment for months. So that's how I ended there.
I just got banners, so I'm hit it with the one time
and the home.
That's where I am.
Look.
At the home of the brave.
I'm land of the free.
But I'm good.
We might have to hiccup for Nikki.
Do I hit the tap? Do I hit the circular thing, or do I just let it ride?
You can try and see where it puts you. I'm afraid. I got the Bound for Glory logo. We're back to the city of Detroit. Welcome.
I got crowd. I got homie wearing a SummerSlam 2023 shirt. I got the city of Detroit. So I'm the problem. I'm the drama.
Shut up. Isn't there a Taylor Swift song like that? I'm the problem, it's me, I think. I don't know.
All right.
I got random Detroit citizens.
I kind of like this opening, though. Take back. I like this.
This is nice.
You want to address this? If crowning career jobber Kaz as your company's top guy is your idea of good business, your company deserves to fail.
I would rather not address that.
Listen, I'll be honest. I don't love Frankie being kind of pushed in here, but I see if the idea is to have a true heel being chased by Joe Hendry for a little bit as we get to their next pay-per-view. I mean, and not the end of the world. And it's supposed to piss people off. So, again, and Frankie's a long-time guy. I'm trying to put a positive spin on it. But we'll see. We'll see.
At the end of the day, the main event is two faces. It's Nick Nemeth and it's Joe Hendry. Having Joe Hendry trace Kazarian for 3 months to get to Hard to Kill to have the crowning moment, I don't think it's a bad decision at
Okay.
all. And on top of that, like they've been building Frankie Kazarian to this moment. Everybody on social media has said Kazarian was winning this match. He won it. So it is what it is. It also still shows that you don't watch the product.
Yeah. Shane Taylor should be on Dynamite and not Hook. Yeah. I mean, we love Shane Taylor.
100%. At least do something with the guy. Motherfuck. Like the guy's got talent oozing out of him. Pause. That sounded suggestive. But 100% of if you want to do all these factions and everything like that, have Shane Taylor Promotions be, you know, do they side with a Moxley? Do they have, you know, it feels like we're getting faction warfare that's about to happen in AEW here.
Nah, maybe. OC is mad at Daniel Garcia. We know that. Ah, my groin, Rhino.
Yes. Football and groin.
I did think the ending of the Gauntlet match could have been a little bit better. Like they could have made the interaction a little longer. Like 30 seconds, football to the groin, over.
I looked at the clock when we got to the last two, and it was like it was only 2 minutes left. So they had to do something.
I didn't even think about that, but I was just thinking Rhino kind of looked like Hans Moleman of just football and groin. He's just out there now, like, you know, don't cry for me.
We got the Kingo, so we kicking off with the X Division title match.
What the fuck?
They start a lot of shows with the X Division just because I think the excitement level of the X Division. So it's common that that's what we get first.
I have the Kingo coming out now.
Okay.
Where were you before?
You know what? You can just have this match. I'm going to just pause for the cause. I am tired of this abuse. I am tired of this. You deal with this.
Yeah, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're kicking off this. Remember, the prediction title will be on the line. We will put a poll up and let you guys know or give you guys the chance to vote on who you think is going to win. But once I put it in the chat, get your predictions in if you want to be our new predictions champion.
Right.
This one should be very interesting. I think we all took Speedball.
Yeah, because we don't know where Vikingo's contract status is. So I think we all took kind of Mike Bailey here. But I also think Mike Bailey's contract expires at the end of the year as well. I think. I don't know, though. Not 100% sure on that. So, but yeah, I'm still taking Speedball.
All right. So that's Anthony. I'm gonna go with you. I mean, Speedball's kind of been a stalwart here for this company, so it would be a very big surprise if he loses.
Right. It'd be surprising. It was even surprising when Mike Bailey lost it wasn't Victory Road. I think it was Emergence.
Yeah.
And then won it back at Victory Road.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say never, but I think Mike Bailey is retaining.
Bailey, Speedball, Bailey, Thunder Thighs, Taylor, and Jay White in collision. There you go. Nick's still on. Bailey.
And Chambers confirming.
What's that?
Chambers confirming that Speedball's contract is up at the end of the year.
Yeah. It's crazy. They got a lot of contracts coming up over the next few months.
Right. I think this is where you have to get TNA into potentially signing longer contracts than like a year, 2 years.
Yeah.
They have to work on maybe like 4 to 5. I don't know.
Right. Something. Maybe even a 3-year contract.
Right.
Moose was like, I'll take all the years.
Moose was like, if y'all don't want to take him, I'll just take him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get those predictions in. I'll give you a few more minutes before I shut them down. And remember, this title will be on the line tomorrow again for Halloween Havoc, which with very little matches on that card, it's going to be a bit of a battle and it'll probably come down to a tiebreaker. But we are off and running on this one. Last call on your predictions to get points for the Predictions Championship. Boom. Grace's contract's up in January, I do believe.
Yep, Grace is up in January. Josh Alexander is up in February, I believe it is, and Jonathan Gresham is up as well. So it's a lot of contracts up at the end and beginning of the year. Two.
Nobody with another decent option should re-sign with a company that can't read the room. I don't agree with that, my buddy. B Hockey. I think that the fact that TNA is selling out the buildings that they're booking, the fact that there has been a lot of intrigue, the crossover with NXT and TNA, I think a lot of wrestlers see lots of opportunity there. And even if your goal is to get beyond TNA and maybe end up in somewhere like NXT or the WWE, a great place to do it is TNA at this point. So I wouldn't rule out several people or more. And we've seen it before where people kind of go away for a second, maybe test the waters and end up going back. Even Josh, when he originally signed last time, a lot of people thought he was leaving and he went back due to loyalty.
Right. Absolutely.
Anthony, my only fear is Scott brought a lot of that loyalty to the table. And without Scott, are people as loyal to Anthem as they are to Scott?
I guess you can kind of see it in a way. What is his name? Mike Santana talked about it. Mike Santana, when he first reached out to some of the wrestlers there at TNA, his first question was like, how is the new management? And they told him to come aboard. Like he's been very, very outspoken about that. So I believe that the loyalty is still there to Anthem, but also wrestlers want to grow. Like in any company, anywhere you work, if you are a wrestler or not, you want to grow outside of the company, and wrestlers want to do that. Jordan Grace is an example. So yeah, I don't think it's bad for people to leave, but people might resign, because I know Mike Bailey has said he's very happy with TNA. So he may resign. You never know.
And again, for some of the wrestlers like a Bailey, if you're in a prominent role in this company, going to another company for a lesser role, that's something that's got to be weighed out. It's more than just the dollars and cents. It's where do you stack in the roster? Where will you fit? How much do you got to work to get back to where you already are? 94% of the chat going for Speedball. One of our highest votes ever.
Yeah, I think there's no choice here that Speedball wins. Do we get any surprises tonight? I don't know.
I've had a
couple.
Already.
I don't know. I think we would have gotten them in the Call Your Shot Gauntlet.
Yep.
And to not have any there, I'm not sure if we get any more surprises.
Right. Speedball dropping the knees on Vikingo, in control to start this one. I don't think so. Tomorrow, I mean, I think the surprise of tomorrow is Delta, where her loyalties lie, where she's going to fit in. We know she's going to be in the building. So that'll be very interesting. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot, but I mean, that's the fun of surprises, and they've done pretty good keeping their cards close to the chest. So, sucks TNA to still don't have a TV contract. This is my first actual hearing TNA pay-per-view in years. I may watch it again. Kid, I highly recommend TNA pay-per-views. If you don't watch their weekly shows, because of just, again, sometimes they're hard to access. Little more available than they used to be in the past, but TNA puts on good pay-per-views.
And fingers crossed for a TV
wait a minute.
In contract. Hopefully that happens in 2025 and they go live as well. Ooh,
that'd be nice. It would be really nice. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, what move was that?
Spider Monkey. Have we ever got a Vikingo Leo Rush match? I kind of want to watch it now.
Probably not, because Leo Rush retires every 60 days. So we probably haven't.
Every 3 months. Management that's already long missed the boat on their popular star since AJ Styles left. Yeah, but things change, my guy. Things change. I mean, again, in an ever evolving company, we saw the evolution coming back into TNA from just being Impact Wrestling. I mean, again, they've had their flaws, but they've done really well for a company that we since I was a teenager, we thought was going to be dead, and the company just stays around. And there's a lot of guys that find a really good home. They do pretty good stories overall. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it's as bad as maybe you're portraying. Speedball's naked feet.
Oh, Vikingo's about to do something insane. Wait. Oh, it was a corkscrew to the outside. Crazy.
TNA. Vikingo sucks in my opinion. I don't love Vikingo. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest Vikingo fan. I mean, a lot of people like what he's able to do. Very a la, kind of a Leo Rush style, small but fast, very agile, does a lot of the flippy floppy. I don't think he's terrible. Might not be my cup of tea, but again, in a match like this, we're off to a cooking start.
Right. And I haven't really seen much of Vikingo. Majority of the matches I have seen have been in TNA, so I can't really judge of if I like him or not, and because he doesn't stick around for very long. So but so far this match is fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone's wondering, Jay White gets the win over Shane Taylor. JBL will show up and to help Nick Nemeth. Interesting.
I mean, he's teased it twice.
But a lot of people seem to be assuming that Nick is kind of done with TNA. So it's very interesting with that.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. I do know Nick didn't sign a long-term contract. Actually, he initially only signed for 3 weeks from what I'm hearing. And as time went on, he's extended it. So I'm not sure if he's done after tonight, but he's done great things so far. He's had great matches in TNA. So I think he may stick around for a bit.
Right. I think Vikingo was super sloppy and he had spots that are way too unrealistic. I think he's a good example of a guy that, I mean, again, very obviously the lucha style and where he comes from and how he's been, portrayed. And sometimes he's taking so many risks, you can't help but be sloppy. One of my favorite botches was him trying to do a flip and catching the rope and springing himself back into the ring by accident. Sometimes he needs to slow it down. It's a commander-ish, right? Like you do cool shit, but 3 out of 4 times it doesn't quite go the way you were hoping.
Right.
What if JBL is actually backing Kaz? Holy shit, Anthony.
Ooh, Spaz, that's a good call. That's a good call. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised.
It would definitely help the vibe of Kazarian, right? You're like, oh shit. I mean, as far as a solid heel running away with it.
Yeah. It'd be insane if that happens. I mean, and JBL is one of the best heels in the business, so to align himself with Kazarian, I think that'd be cool.
Right. Well, Jay White getting the crowd with behind him. That's interesting. Actually getting a pop. I like it. Leo Rush has retired as many times as Flair. And he's 60 years younger.
I feel like at least he's retired like 4 times in the past 6 years.
I think he's retired. He's retired at least 3 since I started covering wrestling.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, Leo's gone again. Speaking of retiring.
Of a man who's unretiring. Yes.
There you go.
100%.
Back
I'm
from
pulling the
retirement.
Leo Rush. But I've got both men trading chops. I don't know if I'm close to where y'all gentlemen are.
You are.
I got a sky view right now.
I just got that. So see, we're perfect. I just had to close out the browser and start a new browser.
You had to take a pause.
I had to take a pause. It just was like, this man is disgruntled. Let's fix this. But yes, 100%. And
what is happening here?
I don't know.
They slowed this match way down.
Right.
Slow it down. Slow it way down.
Oh,
I'm surprised though that you, King of the Luchas, are like anti-Vikingo. Because you've been the more prominent one, at least out of the two of us, that's been more towards the lucha style, I feel.
I guess. But yeah, no, Vikingo. I mean, I don't love him. I don't hate the guy. I don't think he's. But again, it's a lot of, and it's those sloppy, contrived spots. And we did get in that phase where we were watching him like 4 times a week. He was on GCW. He was on House of Glory. He was on Dynamite. He was on Rampage. Like you get, like I said, very much the commander of like, if you keep seeing the same shit, like we get it. Commander can run the ropes. You know, you can give us old school all day long. But I've seen it. What else can you do?
But Speedball's also a little bit had that issue of he shows up anywhere and everywhere. We've literally watched him on through like 3 different shows at the same time.
Yeah. But Bailey has really good matches, though. I still remember. All right. I like seeing Vikingo slowing it down a bit. Yeah, it's probably best. I mean, again.
Well, again, it's allowed me to reintroduce myself. We haven't seen him since he was pretty much, like you said, of showing up pretty much every week when it came to AEW.
Yeah.
You'd see him on Dynamite, Rampage, and Collision.
Right.
It just shows you how much I watch AEW because I didn't know he had appeared on AEW.
It was to the point to where people thought he had pretty much signed with AEW.
Yeah.
So that's why to me this is interesting.
Was it Vikingo Kenny that like
Vikingo
killed himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where he did he went Sonic the Hedgehog on the springboard off the rope and just straight into a table.
Right.
You gotta go fast.
I saw that spot.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was Vikingo.
Wait, he's up top.
I
mean, that's a cool spot. Walks the rope, twisting backflip out to the floor, taking down Bailey. The crowd on their feet.
My issue, though, at times when it comes to matches like this, it's not as much about storytelling or conveying the story of the match. It's more just gotta go fast. They're all Sonic the Hedgehog, just gotta go fast.
Ding, 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 ding.
Do we get a Vikingo versus a Ricochet?
Maybe. I mean, again, we're getting Ricochet versus just any other little flyy guy. So,
any prop plane, any drone that flies over.
Bailey misses the backflip Meteora, and now he's on the post. Canadian Destroyer! Woo-hoo!
I just got the story. So if you hiccup, we're perfect. If you hiccup, we're perfect.
What's that?
I said, if you hiccup, we're perfect. I just got the Destroyer. I'm getting the replay of the Destroyer right now, and god damn.
Boop. Boop. All right.
Well,
so
I feel like oh, go ahead.
We got the holy shit chance.
I feel like they just picked up the pace of this match because it was slow for a minute.
Yeah. That punch spot got weird, and then he kicked him instead of punching him. So
yeah, but I almost don't mind that if you're gonna follow it up with something like that, maybe you do need a moment to where you just slow it way down. You let everybody just kind of catch their breath and everything, and then you pop into a spot like that.
Yeah, 1-1 in the Leaf game. Thank you for the update on that. As multiple wrestling shows on multiple screens, so I had to abandon the Leafs during the first intermission. But they announced Adam Page versus Jay White for Full Gear.
Makes sense.
Long build. So we'll see what they do over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Well, we knew even at Wrestle Dream that was setting up to a match down the road. Like that wasn't the end all.
I'm glad there's still some substance to it. Adam Page has been one of the better guys in 2023 or 2024 for this company.
Right. Fucking hell, Judge just struck out.
Super there you go, the winner. And
1, 2, 3.
Oh, now you got the 3.
Yes. Apparently, I got that Anthem subscription on Triller instead of Triller.
Bailey's got his hand on the belt, on his knees.
Right. Yes. Hit play.
All right. And we got bald Kyle Fletcher, by the way.
Yeah, he just had to prove of I don't have blonde mullet. I shave blonde mullet.
So there you go, folks. Your first winner tonight at Bound for Glory. Speedball retains the X Division title in a pretty fun match, pretty solid match. yeah, no complaints from me on that one. I thought it went pretty good.
Yeah, from start to finish, it was really good. Only the slow spot was a little weird, but they picked it up very quickly. So yeah, great match.
Even the woman with the sign in the crowd and the Sonic, the
In the
Sega font
Sega.
and everything like
Yeah.
that. Sega.
1-1, 2-0.
Yeah,
2-0.
it's a TNA trend to always start with the X Division match, start with the fast-paced match and everything like that. That kind of sets the tone.
We got the French announced team here.
Detroit has a strong French population, I guess. Sacre bleu. No one wrestles like Gaston. No one fights like Gaston. Bro, tell me, homie, in the fucking leather shit does not look like Discount Callus. He looks like you got a Halloween costume from Spirit Halloween, and it's Don Callis.
Oh wow, yeah, a little bit.
The homie on commentary in the fucking leather vest and everything, or the leopard print jacket.
Yeah, very much so. But ladies and gentlemen, oh no, they're just running through matches now. I hate when they do that. Why are you running through matches? We already started the show.
We're running through matches too. Moose versus Mike Santana. Yeah,
Sorry?
No, I was just bringing off matches.
Okay. Dun dun dun. I don't like this Kazarian situation. I'm interested.
It's insane.
Kyle looks so weird.
Is it a good play or a bad play that you have someone like Joe Hendry that had the world by the huevos and everything, and even still, you theoretically, if you waited now to put the title on him, and now if you do it, tease it, and then don't do it, like
that's wrestling.
Is that an issue? Well, I get it's the stereotypical way wrestling goes, but yeah.
No, I think that's. I mean, again, if you make them chase, sorry, Anthony, go ahead, but
I think TNA, and I'm not using you as an example, Nick. So, but I think TNA doesn't play to the IWC a lot, because as soon as Joe Hendry became famous, everybody wanted to say he was going to win at Slammiversary. But if you followed the TNA story, I called it at Hard to Kill in January that Nick Nemeth was going to win the title at Slammiversary.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he did. So I don't know at this point, like going into Bound for Glory, I honestly don't know if it's the right call for them to tease it and then have Frankie Kazarian win, but the chase would be phenomenal to see with Joe Hendry and Frankie Kazarian. I think it'd be really good. So I don't know.
But we've kind of seen the chase, and I fucked up my fucking break.
All right,
ladies, Spooky Dookie Chew.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the women's tag match up next. Who's going to leave Bound for Glory as the women's tag team champions? As we got Chew Mary, get your predictions in.
Folks, make sure you visit your half-abandoned mall to visit the local Hot Topic so you can get your Wendy Chew shirt 100%. Grab you a Sbarro slice and Auntie Annie's, pretzel and everything, and then you can get your Wendy Chew shirt.
Or your Rosemary one, being that she's tagging up with a lady doing the exact same shit.
Who's better at mortality? You can have that. That ain't what I'm mad at. I'm still taking Spitfire. I'm taking Jody's threat because the Canadian on this channel won't stand on Canada. He won't stand on business. He won't stand 10 toes down. So I'll take Jody's threat just because this man won't do it.
I won't do it. Sacre bleu. Yeah, sacre bleu, Nick.
Yeah, you can Pousse le Camp. I don't know.
Rosemary, but here comes Spitfire.
I'm still going Rosemary and Wendy Chew.
I'm with you, bro.
I think they win it. I think they win it.
I'm going with it. I have to. But again,
so how many points do I get when you're both wrong?
Oh, you can have 10. 9. I'll give you 10 points. If we're wrong, you can have 10 points. But we've been down this road, so we'll see.
I really liked what they've done with Jody Threat and Danny Luna. I've like Danny Luna watching TNA and everything, and honestly, getting to know Anthony and everything like that, introduced me to Danny Luna and everything. And I've just been a fan of hers. So I wanted to see her continued success. And I know
I think she's stepping away.
Fuck off, you.
I didn't do it.
I do still like Rosemary. I've liked her since she was out there with the K and even beyond that and everything. It's just the Wendy Chu just can't do it. I can't do it, dog. It just doesn't work for me.
It's so funny because Wendy is standing next to a lady who's doing the same thing you're mad at Wendy for doing.
What better? It's like it's Bronny James standing next to LeBron James. Fuck are we talking about?
What is Wendy doing wrong though? What is she doing wrong?
Everything.
Now help me understand, other than just blanket IWC statements of this sucks. What is she doing?
Because she is just generic insert wrestler. She is the Abaddon of TNA. Of NXT even. I even forgot that she was actually an NXT talent. I thought she was straight TNA. She is the Abaddon of women's wrestling right now. Just she shows up.
Except she's in a women's title match. Except she's been booked every week on 2 different shows for 2 months. Now.
She's a good jobber. She's the Brooklyn Brawler. She's Spooky Brawler.
But she keeps winning. So how is she a jobber?
Name me the last match she won.
Anthony, you want to help me out? Did she not just
win? Hold on. You sat there and said goes down on business. And now the second that you get caught up and say name a win, you gotta ask for help. I don't have help. I'm solo dolo.
No argument.
You can't sit there and try and tag in here now.
There is no argument. You have no facts. You're like, she's a jobber.
I gave you a fact and you tried to tag in.
Wait, but
I'll be the Rashawn McCants out here with all of this. 100%.
She hasn't won, but she has won. I didn't even have to argue it. All I needed to do was go, can someone prove this man wrong again? Right? Was the same argument. She just win.
I said she won on Thursday. I don't know if you heard that, Nick. She won on Thursday. She beat Rosemary, actually. I think
so she won 2 weeks ago.
Jody Fred. I'm sorry.
Jody. She beat Jody.
Oh, so then she went over on the Go Home show. So even more then, following the laws of wrestling, you go over on the Go Home show. You ain't going on over on the pay-per-view.
You just beat one of half the tag team champions. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
She went over on the Go Home. I sat there and picked Tony D'Angelo because he went over on the Go Home show.
She's in a prominent storyline, bro. She's in a
prominent. She's a prominent loser.
But she's winning, and when she wins, she's going hard. She won a match, but she's a loser. What?
Well, I got Jody Threat and Rosemary, the 2 women you don't care about in this match because you want to talk about Wendy Chu.
Where's Tatum Paxley?
In a box, still. She's still out there in a box. We don't know.
I'm with Wrestling Proud down here. We might have to take this to court.
Yeah, we might.
Oh, great. So I can have another 2-on-1 situation in this fucking kangaroo court. 100%. I wonder how that's gonna go. The fucking judge is in on it, and the fucking prosecution's in on it. Right. I'm gonna be out here. I'm gonna be Joe Pesci, the 2 Utes out here.
As Penelope Ford gets a W on Collision, if anyone's watching. But Rosemary in control. Tags in Wendy Chu. She did that tag so wrong. Did you see that? Doesn't even know how to tag, Nick.
You have that. That ain't what I'm at.
Do you like Tatum Paxley?
Yes.
Why?
Because she's talented.
Okay.
What?
Oh, fuck you mean what?
Her winning, like, help me understand.
The part I have you on, Nick, where I can agree with you is like the gimmick is not the best. I can agree there, but like everything else, like she sucks in the ring and all that, I can't get with that.
No,
I personally can't get with that.
I'm amazed at the man that hated the sleepy gimmick so much, just instantly just turn a phrase, just instantly just two-faced.
Like my guy, when she was doing the sleepy gimmick, it was fucking horrible. Then she went away and she came back, and
she's just doing golf sleepy.
No, like, but she's not doing any sleepy. She's not doing any sleepy anymore.
Because she sleeps during the day. She's a fucking vampire. Okay, she's nocturnal. That's why she's always out here having these matches at night.
Yeah, like again, when I don't have an argument, I just say things. But she literally shows up and fucks people up now. She's not fucking around. She's not taking a nap during the match. She is literally coming in just like Tatum Paxley, just like Rosemary. And ever since she's been with Rosemary, she's been fucking everybody up. I just can't blame her for what she did 2 years ago.
Well, see, I got Boston. I never got Wendy Chu either, but this darker gimmick had me intrigued. Well, there you go. Everyone likes a spooky goth mommy. Well, no, I need to play marriage counselor here because Boston's saying, and she came back with a more horrible gimmick. So Boston turning sides even too.
And ignoring the gimmick, saying she can't wrestle isn't fair to her because she's a good.
And that's what I said.
Yeah,
I was like, the gimmick is not the best, but she's been wrestling some good matches. The Jody Threat match was cool last I almost said last night, but Thursday. I still think you ignored the whole Jordan Grace Wendy Chu match from Victory Road, and we were here live for it.
Yeah, because Jordan Grace can have a match with a broomstick. So
so it's just like Wendy had no part in the match at all.
Listen, you're backing me into a corner here. I can't give a fucking
fan or what?
If I give an inch on this argument, y'all gonna take a mile. So I gotta sit there and bury my fucking heels in the ground. I'll die on this hill just because. Sacrificial lamb.
Or by not Jody, the other one.
Phil has
Danny Luna out here with Rosemary right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the funniest thing.
See, there's people in the chat y'all don't want to click on. Like I see Adam and everything.
Boston just says he agrees that she's fine in the ring, but you said she's
switching all sorts of sides. She's taking on all comers here. Oh no,
this is just like when there's no way there's going to be a cash in. There's no way. Oh, did it just happen? Oh my God! Yeah, but
right now eat the crow when I eat the crow, 100%. But I'll still at this point I'm going to stay 10 toes down. I'm going to stand on business.
Tell. Rosemary, but it's saying that Rosemary is doing the exact same thing because they're on the same team. They're both doing the same gimmick right now together. But
so is every spooky gimmick the same? So Wendy Chu is the same as Uncle Howdy?
They're both working together.
Are you saying Wendy Chu is the same as Uncle Howdy? They're both the same
How
gimmick.
Would you make that leap? I just said they're
because you just said that every spooky gimmick is the same.
Tag match. The argument works better if you follow along. They're on the same team, but you're saying one half of the team who's doing the exact same thing is
better, right?
Good. Cool. I guess you
can have two wide receivers on the same team, but if one's better than the other, one's
you just trade them for nothing.
Yeah.
But Danny Luna takes a double DDT on the outside.
MXM versus Outrunner is going to steal the show. I almost want to tune into that. That might be better than this.
I like the Outrunners. Not all spooky gimmicks are the same. No, they're not all the same. That's insane to say that out loud.
Spooky gimmicks matter, KJ. As Danny Luna with a swanton bomb on the outside. The woman you hate, the Canadian you hate, you disavow this woman, this Canadian, this wrong 90% wrestler. Yeah, but that means I'm right 10% of the time, and those fucking 10% are golden, motherfuckers.
Hold on. But yeah, I mean, again,
that's some knowledge I'm spitting in that 10%.
But yeah, I mean, again, in ring and what she's doing since she's returned. I mean, again, I didn't love the fact that she still came back as this. But I can't.
She's got a body pillow at ringside. Fuck, are we saying that she's not doing the sleeping gimmick?
Fine. It's got a lead weight in it though. Oh, she had a 2 count. Pulled her up. Why did you pull her up?
That was the 3.
Because Spitfire's winning.
Luna's leaving.
Is she? What?
She's been away for personal reasons, so I don't know if she's still going to be away after tonight. But they did announce that last week.
Oh, she's fighting back. She's fighting back.
Man, they had the match won though.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, double powerbomb.
Oh, double powerbomb. I thought we were gonna get Jody that would have slid in and done the big tower, but I like they make Danny Luna look like she's like mini Chris Statlander. She looks like the powerhouse of this whole tag team and everything.
Yeah, she gets the tag to Jody. They're doing Fletcher and Will on Dynamite, not Full Gear. That's very interesting.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, 100%. It's just so funny to watch Nick get all fucking spinny. Wendy Chu is no great colleague.
You spin me right round, KG, right round.
I think Rosemary's going to hit Wendy. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, it's almost like Spitfire's going to win the match.
It still doesn't mean your argument's correct. You're still out to lunch.
I don't fucking care. What lunch am I having? Am I having Wendy's? Am I having Burger King?
You're apparently not having any Wendy's.
Am I having Wendy's?
No, you're not having any Wendy's.
Wendy Chu.
Oh, double suplex. Spitfire. Oh, what did the chat say? 53% went Chu Mary.
Well, 53% of you are wrong. Aubrey, what up? TNA is better than AEW, but not better than WWE. Sean,
and there you go. Still champion. Celebrate, Nick.
100%. That's just a preempt that the Yankees are going to be celebrating here. So again, I'm speaking wisdom. Y'all can mock me. Y'all can, turn against me and everything, but I'm out here speaking wisdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not complaining about that at all. I mean, I'm surprised, but Will versus Fletcher building this up. Maybe it's just the first of a series of things. But Spitfire hold on to the belts. I wanted our first NXT person to have a TNA belt.
Right.
We'll
eventually get there, I assume.
Cursed by the Yankees.
Shut up, you turkey. Is this where I announced my candidacy for 2024? Is it still close enough I can get on the ballot? Big Nick is right. Big Nick 2024.
Oh,
Wendy and Rosemary. Let's go.
Rosemary turns on Wendy.
Let's go.
Is this where we get Havoc?
Havoc come back would be very interesting. Then they're booing Rosemary.
And a kiss to the forehead.
Oh, the kiss to death. Goodbye. There you go. That might be the end of that relationship.
But you can have Wendy Chu and TNA. We'll put her on loan. You can have her.
Yeah, Rosemary does not look happy.
Could be the red contacts. As we're getting a replay of, the rhinoceros getting well blowed by Frankie Kazarian earlier tonight.
Right. Frankie Kazarian calling his shot.
Chair. I know what you were trying to say. I just can't help but laugh at it. It's all coming back to me now. Yes, Spitfire wins. So as we've got Kazarian midway through Earl Hebner's
Oh, is that what that is?
Or how to be a ref, or one of the things.
With Earl Hebner.
So he'll be selling secondhand merchandise in the parking lot. If you live in the greater Detroit area, you just need to show up in the parking lot and you can get discounted TNA merch from Frankie Kazarian.
Right.
So he's saying he's prepared to be a referee tonight.
Respectfully, though, what is up with the interviewer out here and everything? She looks like she's like an extra in a Blade movie, like
now
with the slick back hair and all this. Like, what's happening?
We don't disrespect Gia Miller.
We love Gia Miller.
Oh, okay then.
And there's Joe Hendry. By the way, MXM and Outrunners having a really fun match. This match would have really helped Dynamite not suck as much.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can, if you collectively trimmed everything down into one decent show, it could actually be pretty fucking solid. Instead, you just spread it out. You spread the manure instead of collecting it.
Oh, I like this one.
Josh Alexander versus Steve Macklin.
All right, folks, get those predictions in, but this one's going to be a banger.
Right. I can't even remember at this point who we all took.
Steve Macklin has new music that I like.
interesting.
And I think we all take Steve Macklin? No, I think
I took
KJ took Josh
Alexander.
Alexander. He
Yeah.
finally
I took all the Canadians, but Jody.
Jody.
I let Nick pick Jody.
I'm waiting for all the Canadians to lose except for Jody. No.
There you go.
But I feel like the last time you took Jody, she lost. I think you took Jody at Slammiversary.
The one time I took her, she lost. So
and she lost.
Dun, dun, dun.
Macklin coming out right now is son of a bitch. The Dodgers are up 1-0. Spaz with a $5 super chat saying, I see, said the blind man as he pissed in the wind. It's all coming back to me now. Yes, the good old Confucius say proverb there.
All right. Confucius say you walk through doors sideways, you Bangkok. I got Alexander winning. Macklin, AW ought to sign Rico to join M&M. I guess that was a one-time deal.
What was Rico?
Rico.
Should Rico be the manager of Riho, and then we just can do all the Rihos together?
Right. Macklin for the win. As we're fighting already, folks. Get those predictions in. I'll give you a couple seconds.
Yeah, they didn't even let Steve didn't even let Josh get to the ring.
Nope.
Now, if the law of Eichner there applies, then this should be a 3-second match now because he's still getting his coat off and then just roll him up for the small package for the 1, 2, 3.
Right. I highly doubt this is going to be a short one. Big flying knee. Macklin by DQ. Gresham for the save. Is there a Gresham connection to this?
There was a Gresham and Alexander match this past week on TNA. He might be getting something there with Steve. Steven might be getting something there. Didn't think about that. And I think Josh won. Then I think Gresham was attacked after. So yeah, that could be a possibility.
I think Alexander needs this more. I kind of feel that way too. I feel like he's been on a bit of a, but I mean, I think both guys need this one. I kind of agree with Phil. That's why I picked Alexander, but Steve's not without his need too.
It's kind of a toss-up because they've only wrestled each other in singles action one other time, and that was Victory Road last year, and Josh Alexander got the win. But both of these guys need some type of momentum. But if Josh Alexander is really leaving in February, I feel like Steve Macklin has to win this.
Right.
That's the question. Is Josh not long for the company? So we'll see in later predictions of maybe you start to go out on that sword a little bit.
Right.
But I'm curious, okay, he's leaving in February. Do you just kind of give up on him now? Do you run him a little bit?
Yes, because we got 2 months of tapings that we're going to do in 2 weeks. So
yeah, I mean,
we got to tape the next, half. We got to tape the end of the year, I feel, when it comes to TNA. Around the limit. That's the issue with
well, actually, the advantage of being taped is you have, like we've seen it before, like Naomi left, but we got 2 weeks of Trinity on TNA still. Like you get that little bit of crossover.
Fair.
So I just don't know. And again, I don't as the Outrunners get the win, but do you just kind of abandon going, we know he's leaving in a few months, or do you run a couple months of taping where he's still prominent? Do you do what Tony Khan did and put him on the bench because they might leave?
Well, no, he can be prominent and still take this L. That's the thing. This L is not the deciding factor here.
Yeah. I mean, he can still be prominent and lose, because that's what Deonna Purrazzo did last year. She was prominent and lost almost all her matches after the month of June.
Right? Yeah.
They could still do that with Josh Alexander here.
One of Josh's goobers, Judas Icarus, is the Destiny New Era champion, just FYI.
Yeah, Josh just got that. I wonder if they'll play into this match at all, his new little faction.
The Northern Armory. Yeah. I feel like they might get involved here. And that could be where Gresham shows up to kind of, and Eric Young to show up as well.
Interesting. 55% of the chat going for Alexander.
Still not a bad shout.
Neck
Still
and neck.
kind of split, but still not a bad shout.
Now, if anyone's curious, Nigel McGuinness is having a sit down with Wheeler Yuta. Some barn burner of a interview.
Oh, and I just can't wait. I need to click away right now to make sure I'm waiting to see what Wheeler Yuta says.
Nice backbreaker.
Put the titles on the Outrunners. They at least need to be in contention for them. They are in a weak tag team division. They are one of your flagpoles, at least right now.
Mm-hmm. They're another example of guys that are super over within the company that don't get used. And then we're watching Private Party fight Young Bucks in a match nobody gives a shit about.
But they'll split.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to run it back. So I'm getting a feeling they're going to win this time. I think. I don't know. They get beat up by Moxley every time we see them anyway.
All right. We'll just get everybody to hang out in the parking lot and just wait to show up to beat up Moxley and then just get surprised like, huh? Oh, they need
Alexander all over Macklin. It's weird. Like the Macklin's kind of the baby face here-ish.
He is definitely
Yeah.
a baby face. Because Josh Alexander has taken this heel role by storm.
Yeah.
And I don't think Macklin has ever really been a baby face. So I guess he's playing that kind of tweener role, as people call it.
Right, a little bit.
But is this setting up for when Alexander ends up in NXT and you get him and Ethan Page? Because at least Alexander's been talked about, even if he would have still been under contract with TNA, of him showing up in NXT, I feel has been talked about for a bit. So is it we're going to move him heel and kind of run with it? So when he shows up on NXT, it's not a switch of character. It's not a juxtaposition.
I don't think one's connected to the other, to be 100% honest with you. I could be wrong, but I don't know that one would like. I don't think they're thinking that way. Like, I do think Josh turned because he was frustrated months ago at the pay-per-view. So I don't know, but I could be wrong. Maybe loosely, but I don't know.
Even if he stays in TNA and he stays a heel, like if he's gonna show up on NXT, he's not gonna go from babyface in TNA and then align himself.
No, but I think he turns heel
for at least I'm saying that continuity. Yeah.
But I think he turned heel for the TNA storyline. Like they're not that when at the time he turned heel, it wasn't like because if he goes to
you explain you still have a reason for the heel turn, but I'm saying that it fits and it checks out and it plays out of if he does show up in NXT that you're not having him be babyface in one lane and heel in another.
Yeah, it does kind of fit. Like if he does show up on NXT as the heel, because that's what Ethan Page is. I am somewhat having doubts of him ever showing up on NXT as a TNA talent. I feel like it should have happened already. But I don't know. I know I was gung-ho about the Roscoe showing up, and it took a while for them to eventually show up, and they did. But I'm losing a little bit of hope in Josh Alexander showing up in NXT.
Now, showing up in NXT as a whole or showing up as a TNA talent?
No, as a TNA talent. As a TNA talent.
Both men down right now.
Chair down here says that you're wrong again, Nick.
Bucket cuddle, my guy. I guess I don't know. You can have that. I'll deal with it. Okay. I'm just out here spitting facts, whether you choose to listen to them or not.
Now, next thing we know, you're going to be telling us everything is great.
Hi, guys. I'm the big Nick Tree.
Yeah, Boston, that's a silly thing to be kind of stuck up on. I mean, we had guys like Rick Steiner do it for years, and Josh has a legitimate reason to wear the headgear. So what are you supposed to do? Quit wrestling because he has a legitimate reason to wear the headgear? It's not just a gimmick with Josh.
And it, to me, because it's such a unique thing, that it stands out. Like there's Spencer Slade who does it. Shout out, that does it on the independent scene and everything. That has done it like recently around my area and everything. That still wrestles still with that headgear and everything because he's partially deaf and everything. So like because it's such a unique thing, that to me, I don't see an issue with it. Like to me, it adds to the character because it's something that only he does. Like there's only 2 wrestlers I can name of that prominently in every match wear headgear.
Right. I am going to click on this comment by Boston. I can't tell you the exact reason, but I believe he had an ear injury in his early career, and I think it kind of flares up. So he has to protect his ears with that. But I like when they use it in a storyline. Because they know he has that ear condition, and they use it, and you can actually see his ear starting to bleed and things of that sort in matches where he doesn't use it. So there is a specific reason. I don't want to be like the IWC and tell you to Google it, but yeah, it's I don't know the name of the condition though.
I feel like it's like around like the cauliflower ear and everything like that, because you always see like MMA fighters that get that, and then like when it pops, it's like the explosion. C4 went off on the side of their head.
He had to cut it off of his head and reattach it. The injury would have kept him out.
Nick Foley? What the fuck was that statement? Like you can't gloss over. He had to cut it off of his head and reattach it.
He did.
That's normal reasoning.
In 2013, I suffered an ear injury where they had to cut it off and reattach it. The injury would have kept me out of action for 12 weeks. So instead, I purchased some headgear and came back 10 days later. It made me stand out and stuck from that moment on. As a result of the injury, I lost a great deal of hearing in my right ear, so it does protect against any further injury or loss.
Fair enough, but I had no idea Josh Alexander was Maple Leaf McFoley.
There you go. Right? They legit had to cut his ear off, put it back on. Like,
all he's got to do is take a dive off of Hell in a Cell, and he's right there. Juan Soto home run. We're back.
Hey, superplex. Hold on.
I'm just calling driver. That's what it looked like.
Oh.
Ooh, that was close.
Two count.
Shake the snake with Los Ignorables.
I still find that funny because I think the most Spanish Jake can actually speak is mucho cerveza, por favor.
It's the funniest shit.
Just why? Like you had Alex Ibrahantes last time who was still on the fucking roster. Or what? You couldn't have Roosh out there and be the figurehead. You have to have the drunk, disoriented, English speaker out there to be the face of this.
As Josh hung up on or Macklin hung up on the ropes, down goes the ref. We got problems.
Yeah.
Mas tequila. Oh.
Ooh, low blow. That's like his signature move now. It's the low blow.
And it's the pendulum kick to the nuts. That's what I love.
Right.
It's called the tree tap. It's like when you're collecting sap out there and the good old maple trees and everything. It's the tree tap there.
So
he kicks you right in the spigot.
Right. So the referee's down, folks. Josh Alexander with the low blow, and Macklin just licking the canvas right now.
And he's tying his hands behind his back.
Oh.
Which we've seen this a couple of times on Impact.
And it's not even like regular handcuffs, it's the zip tie thing. Which,
right?
To me, always adds like an extra thing because there's no key that can get you out of that. That's just, you got to break them shits.
Now, wait a minute. The referee getting up and being like, I didn't see him put him on, so it's okay.
I was just about to say that.
That's a little wild to me. Let's be real.
Hey, Macklin might be a little kinky. You never know. Sometimes, you just got to let your freak flag fly, what have you. But yeah, no, a little. It's not as egregious as like stepping over the foot on the bottom rope to make the fucking count and everything. Yeah.
Oh, Macklin with the shoulder block on Alexander. The ref's like, let me help you. Macklin's
See,
like,
now just go full like Rage Hulk and just you snap out of them and all of that.
Oh, shot block to the guts.
The referee's cutting him off now.
Oh, there you go. Steve's like, oh,
never mind. He
Steve's
jumps to
like,
the bottom rope.
This is literally a tope suicida because this man can't put his hands in front of him to block. No shit.
As Darby Macklin flying around.
Darby Macklin.
Right. Where's the panes and glasses?
All right, now he cuts him off.
Not like ref's like, he stay still, man.
He can't get him. A knee.
Yeah, that's what I need to be doing is having a ref with a pocket knife running around amongst my wrists and everything as I'm moving around.
And the crowd's like, I mean, Macklin's getting the crowd into it, like banging his head off the apron, like
they're cut. Like I assume they're cut at this point, and he's still selling like they're together.
I don't think they're cut at all.
I have no idea.
Well, I saw the ref out there playing Itchy and Scratchy going out there with him. So yeah.
Let me cut him off.
He's saying no now. Macklin is saying no.
I can beat him without hands.
Stupid is as stupid does. Let him have it.
Ooh. I mean, I thought the hands tied behind his back was a bad idea, but it's working right now.
Can we never say a bad word about Orange Cassidy if Macklin wins this match with his hands literally cuffed behind his back? Like Orange Cassidy just is now over by default.
Tombstone kicked out. If anyone's curious,
this is making Macklin look strong. Like he always looks strong, but this is really making him look strong.
You made him the babyface because you put him in the extreme disadvantage with this. You very clearly define the lines here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Josh, like I mean, Josh very much getting booed for the majority of this match. So yeah, Macklin definitely going crazy, kind of getting that the fan base right behind him. He knows how to
right a German behind him. As he knows those are German.
What is happening?
What is the US of A? He no sold a German.
Oh, the ankle lock is in.
You got my joke.
Ankle lock. He can't tap out even if he wanted to. He's got a stream.
Headbutt the canvas. I'm tapping. Bang your head.
For those who are curious, Ricochet and Lio Rush are rolling right now. After Ricochet's huge win over Nick Wayne, he follows it up with a match against Lio Rush as he heads towards Takeshita.
Oh, he passed out.
Oh, they gave him the pass out spot.
Wow.
I still think it's wild that the ref, we woke up and was like, you have handcuffs? Keep fighting. All right. But that was crazy.
Like Dane Cook. And but I'm not like a physiologist or whatever. I don't even know what I was trying to say with that. But you're gonna pass out from a fucking ankle lock. I don't know how much your ankle connects to the brain, that the blood that goes to your brain and everything. But you're just gonna pass out from an ankle lock. Not a front face lock.
I guess it's the pain.
Nothing. Pain is the answer.
Pain.
Did I freeze?
As Alexander's just blowing the kisses out of me. He's got the foot on. He had the foot on the back of this man's neck and everything.
Yeah. Wow. No, the match was a banger. It just got a little chaotic near the end there.
Right, with the hand ties and all this other stuff.
But see, there you clearly set who was the heel and who was the babyface.
Right.
And I think you had everything going that direction. The ankle lock, to me, is not the way you end that. You can still end it on he passes out on a submission, but it's a fucking face lock or something like that. It's something involving to where it looks like it fucks up the rest of him, not someone stepped on my shoe, I gotta tap out. Go ahead.
I'm just curious. When Stone Cold passed out, what move was he in?
Fuck you.
He said it. He said it. I was about to click on the comment when you said it.
Right, but he was also bleeding out. He was also bleeding out. He got to pass out because of blood loss.
Here we go.
Listen, did you stay at a Holiday Inn? Are you a doctor? No, neither am I. So shut up.
I'm not a physiologist like you. No,
I'm not a physiologist.
As up next, we get a Monsters Ball.
I'm not a monsterologist either, but I'm taking Matt Cardona here.
This one's, again, another tricky one to call.
Oh, did somebody just strike out? Oh.
All right,
I'm
folks,
getting the
get
video
your
package
predictions
here.
in.
Yeah, Shohei struck out. Let's go. Fuck you. Tom. PCO for the win. PCO for the win. PCO. 1 Cardona. Right here. 2 Cardona.
Oh, we got some Cardonas for the win.
I'm going to go PCO for shits and giggles. I think that's what I did on Thursday.
I took PCO too.
There you go. You took Cardona, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the one. PCO's the one clearly locked into TNA. Long term, all of that.
Right.
But
Matt Cardona is looking to go back to WWE soon, as he keeps saying.
But does he? Is he just using that as a bargaining chip at this point?
Leverage?
Because is it one of those of I know I have this? This may not be, if you really, shine a light on this. This may not be my strongest hand, but I at least have this that I can say it's at play. Because I feel like if Cardona was going to go to WWE, the fuck are we waiting for? Are we waiting for NXT at the 2300 arena when they go head to head with Dynamite and we're going to get Matt Cardona? Mm-hmm. Is that where we're going to go? Like, beyond that, like, what are we waiting for?
I wonder, and I don't know this for fact at all. It's just a guess as we're going to let Anthony head out. But I actually think that Cardona, because Cardona kind of wants to go back now. And I don't know if that window had passed him where they kind of wanted him. And then he was too, he had so much other shit going on. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he could be using it as a bargaining chip as well, but I don't know. I would personally love to see him back in WWE. Yeah. I think it'd be cool, and as long as he comes back as Matt Cardona, not as Zack Ryder or anything like that. But he could potentially. I'm with you, Nick, of using it as a bargaining chip.
Yeah. So we all good then if he shows back up in WWE and is just in the mid-card division, not even a mid-card champion, and we're going to be good with that. No one's going to sit there and raise an eyebrow.
I think if they bring him back
on Twitter or anything of why isn't he champion? Blah 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 blah.
But I think there's a story to tell with Cody as well. So I don't know why we assume that he'd just be planted in the mid card and stuck there.
You think they bring in? They're waiting so long. They're building up the greatest.
I'll let you go.
Cardona to show up and take on Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton. Be damned. Kevin Owens, sit on the bench. We're waiting for Matt Cardona to show up and save the company.
Nick's I was like, what? How did you make that connect all that? Because I don't
know.
Hypothetical, they might sign a guy. Oh, they just fuck everybody else. No,
right. You said that they were waiting for them versus
Nobody
Cody.
Said that.
You said that.
Oh my God. No, I didn't. I said
you literally said, am I imagining things that you said that they could have had Cardona versus Cody, that there's a story there?
That's all I said was one. Right. No, but I didn't say any of the other shit. And it's a hypothetical.
I expound.
I never said any of what you said. And I don't think one it precludes the others. I think if they do bring Cardona back, this Matt Cardona at this level, they don't just he doesn't have to be stuck in the mid card, and he does have a history with some of the wrestlers that would tell his story. That's all I said. Well, so we can't I don't get it. Why you're oh fuck everybody, holy shit, guys.
No, I'm just thinking. I'm on one because my fucking Yankees are losing already, 3-1.
I'm not clicking on Corey's comment.
Blouses win. I'm Rick
we are
James,
off
I guess.
and
I'm
running.
Rick James.
I gotta close up the predictions. It's like, holy shit. I was like, PCO might win this match. You mean TNA's folding? Like, what? What?
I didn't say that.
No, I know. That's what. Like, shit.
I'm expounding. Okay, I'm tokening this, but
You're
I don't even care if he's wrong on my team Nick tonight. There we go.
Yeah. Go with it. As PCO down on the ground, we have kicked off the Monster Ball, folks.
Right. As Cardona out here in his Ghostbuster, in his, Quebecer Buster attire and everything.
It's a smart choice, actually. It makes me laugh.
There's something strange in your neighbor.
PCO bumping heads as Leo Rush and Ricochet going like Leo. We saw last night Ricochet like taken to the limit by Nick Wayne. Now he's being taken to the limit by Leo. In a kind of fun match. Nice.
This has nothing to do with wrestling right now, but I hate Freddie Freeman.
Okay.
He just hit a home run, so we're down 4-1. But anyways, yes, wrestling. Cardona out there with my favorite side, object at ringside there, the ring steps, and just throws them into PCO. So again, do they weigh nothing or everything?
I've had this conversation with you, my guy.
I know. Apparently, there is no teaching me. You're just, the fish from,
we even Googled it.
We got to keep teaching you this same lesson, old man.
Right? Like, we Googled it. Like, the wrestlers can lift a decent amount of weight, and the stairs have to be strong enough to hold human weight. I don't care if Cardona. Yeah, I agree with you, Boston. I wonder if maybe he kind of overvalued himself and maybe missed a bit of a train. I don't know. I have no theory behind it. It's just something I'm kind of watching. And with all the talent they're kind of working on, like, it just because he comes back doesn't mean he gets to.
Right. PCO walking Cardona over to the back body drop onto the ring steps. And again, it's not you just even land flat, you land on the steps as they go up.
Right. What is the chat saying? Oh, did I not put the fucking, where did the fucking survey go? Look, you got me all.
I don't know, but they handle it amongst themselves. They police themselves. The knee pad is the putty patrol out there, just keeping everything in check, I guess. Cardona is getting paid and makes his own schedule. Why would he go back until
he doesn't want to retire in bingo halls? That's why.
Sandman, Dreamer, other names.
Cardona
that retired in bingo halls.
Cardona said, "I don't want to retire in community."
I misheard your comment. Then I apologize. I thought you were just saying he's going to retire in bingo halls with that. I apologize.
He wants to go to I think at big back body drop. I think at some point he would like to. I just don't know if he can.
Right. Yeah, no, I misheard you. I thought you were saying that he was just going to retire in bingo halls. As again, though, fitting with the local independent scene of doors replace the tables when it comes to using them in a match.
Oh, just palming them over the top rope now.
Yeah, no, over outside. Do you think that, like, if Cardona shows up in WWE, do you put him and Chelsea together? Like, how's that check out? How does that work out?
I think it'd be fun. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I mean, again, I think there is a good level of talent to Cardona. He's a phenomenal promo at this point in his career. They will have things to do. If they do decide to bring him in, they're going to bring him in with a plan. They're like, I do imagine that will happen. But I don't know if they bring him back. Harley Cameron is painted. Yeah, she's teaming with Thunder Rosa, and now she's painted up. So good for Harley.
Is she a kitty cat? Did she get the butterfly on her face? What paint job we got going?
Yeah. And that's one of the problems, I think, kid, is I think Cardona was waiting for, a Tony Khan or Trips to phone him up and be like, here's all the money. And I don't think they're they'll I don't think they're opposed to it, but I think Matt Cardona might overvalue himself overall. Like kind of like, give me that Cody money. And you're like, you're not quite where we're at with that. So I don't know how they do it, if they do it.
I still question if it's more of he enjoys what he does and enjoys the freedom. And so I'll say it as leverage. Like, let's be honest. There's been other companies, I'll say that. There's been talent in other companies that have said that other companies might have been interested, but we have nothing to verify that outside of they've said it. So you might use that now with the landscape to adjust your value because you can use other companies at play.
Right. Big Dog made a good suggestion. KJ Cardona goes to NXT only. That would make sense. That NXT meant that's I think my question to the chat, or maybe to Cardona one day, is does he feel like, yeah, I'll just do, like, is he like a Sean Spears that could be okay with going to NXT, or because of kind of the status that he feels like he's developed on the indies, is he like, no, you're gonna bring me back and I'm gonna be like this big deal and I want big money? And they're like, well, we got all this other talent. We don't need you. We would like you, but we don't need you, maybe. Well, we got a big old table door set up.
Yeah, we have chairs from ringside that have, wrestlers' faces on the seats and everything like that. As we've got tables set up diagonally underneath the door as well. But yeah, if Cardona shows up in NXT, and stays in NXT, like he has like a year-long reign. Like he becomes like a figurehead of NXT.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how you swing it. Again, I'm not unsure with the PCO through the door, through the chairs.
The day destroys the night behind the day. Try to hide.
This one's for you. Thank you for the super chat, Spaz.
Schrodinger's steel steps are both light and heavy, depending on the story. Nick showing his culo in a window with all that true slander. Again, much with Spaz's super chats. Not gonna lie, you had us in the first half, but yes, it is one of those. If you don't look at them and don't anticipate or think about how heavy they are, it doesn't matter. But the second you do, it does matter.
On a quick side note, folks, if you're watching Collision, and we talk about like trying to make things work and like make them like, we have the Undisputed Kingdom trying to make friends with Beast Mortis. Beast Mortis doesn't speak; he grunts like Chewbacca. Now they're giving him a gift basket. Like, this is the shit that people are tuning out of.
What do you give a pretend luchador as a gift basket?
Well, I think Taven got his own Mortis mask. Like, it's so, like, again, nobody it's not helping anybody. It's not helping anything to do this. He's about to fix the toilet. He ain't afraid of no ghosts, is what he's dressed like.
Something strange in your booking. Oh, thumbtacks! As PCO just getting his head driven. He's doing his best Darby Allin of, if he had glue, he could stick him to his forehead and just headbutt Cardona with him. But yeah, PCO now just getting fed thumbtacks
into his face. Into his face.
Cardona out here looking like a kindergarten teacher of, you get a star and you get a star and you got an award.
Yeah. To a certain level, maybe Big Dog, but again, that's where I think I'm like Cardona worried that might be the case. Now there is history with a guy like Cody Rhodes and a couple other guys in the company that he would too. So I don't know. Again, it's been really interesting with Cardona.
Yeah, 100. Well, it's so crazy because as much as everything that Cardona's achieved on like the independent scene and everything of how big he's built himself up, it's now how do you put the genie back in the bottle a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. But right now, PCO being used as a pin cushion. We got another door coming in. Lisa, your guess is as good as mine. I'm only watching it with one eye. So, but Viva Van on Collision. Shout out Viva.
There you go.
Is she about to eat a job to Anna J?
Well, Anna J, I've become a
And
fan
the
of.
push.
I really start to go with her as PCO spears Cardona with the door and then just breaks the door over the back of him.
That works. Oh, going for the pin very slowly.
This is Al Borland and Tim Allen fighting it out right now. It feels like with this home improvement with so many doors and shit.
Right. Alpo. There you go. Thank you. 3-2 for Boston. Fuck off, Boston. Cardona would be a good asset to any company he goes to. I don't know if he's a top of the card guy in AEW or in AEW. He's definitely got more talent than a lot of guys that are getting love and pushed. In WWE, I just don't know what they do with him outside of what he wants to do, but he doesn't get to call what he wants to do.
Yeah, but do you add him to AEW and he's another guy who gets to call what he wants to do? Now, granted, what he's called what he wants to do has been pretty solid, but that's the whole company at this point. If everybody gets to call what they want to do, and that's more fucking shit everywhere. Speaking of more shit everywhere, as we've got more thumbtacks.
Hell yeah, let's go. Bennett's trying to speak beast. It's so silly. The silliness. I mean, again, the time and place, but not everybody can be silly. Roddy could be fighting, or Taven could be having amazing matches with somebody like Mark Briscoe, but Jericho gets Ring of Honor title matches, and Taven, Roddy, and Bennett have to hang out with the Beast Mortos.
Now, is he James Franco talking to Caesar of like hoo hoo ha ha and everything, or is he Chris Pratt with Blue, the fucking raptor from Jurassic World and everything?
I think we got. It's a barbed
wire wiffle ball bat.
Oh, it's green barbed wire.
Kryptonian barbed wire. The Canadian Superman.
How do you put down Frankenstein? Green barbed wire. Cardona into the thumbtacks.
He who set, well, actually, he didn't even set that one up. He set the other one up.
Yeah, he set it up and put someone through it. That's breaking the rules.
Right.
It's been a fun match. We're about to get the moonsault. Jesus Christ.
He constantly always reminds me of, whoa.
And your winner is, and still.
Fair enough, but I was gonna say he always kind of halfway reminds me of like Sabu with how he kind of like just barely makes the moonsault with that. But then I saw Cardona's like shin on his pants and everything, and motherfucker, is that crimson? Like, I want a question of like, is this man gushing under there? Pause. But yeah,
two belt PCO. PCO's built like my dad. No shit, eh? This whole bag of
like everyone's dad.
Yeah, again, I think if the company sees a vision in them, but it remains to be seen. There has to be a meeting, like some level of compromise there between the star and the company. I don't know if it breaks. Whoever cuts PCO's hair should be in jail.
It all depends on with Cardona of what he like, where he evaluates himself versus where the company he signs with evaluates himself. It's like a free agent in any sport of however you want to look at it.
Oh wow. And we go from banger to banger to banger on this one as Santana comes up next. What's wrong with the white guy fade? You don't like the white guy fade? The old French guy fade?
The starting five for the Duke Blue Devils high top fade shit.
Right.
Give me Cardona versus Braun Breaker. I don't know about that. Vance, what
That's not the first one that jumps to mind.
Yeah, Steven saying PCO and Danhausen tag champs at an indie show.
Yes.
Spooky on Spooky. Now all they need is Wendy Chu as a manager, and there you go.
Perfect.
You drive that fucker right off a cliff.
Right.
Mike Santana. Ooh, Mike Santana for the win. Damian Braun with Scotch Cardona. Well, Braun's already got Jacobs and Jays and all of that he's got to deal with before he starts worrying about.
He's not getting anywhere near Jacob for a long, long time.
You don't know.
It's a nice tease, but they're not doing that anytime soon. Oh yeah, PCO gone. The lightning's over. There we go. Back to
yeah.
Who did you pick in this one?
Moose.
Yeah,
because he's on an 8-year contract plus fucking injury time additions. Shout out Tony Khan and WWE. So this man's official. He's TNA for life. So
right.
Mike Santana could show. Mike Santana's the guy that could show up in WWE. If we want to talk about like a Cardona that could make that transition, Santana's the guy that could do that. If you really wanted to, he shows up. You get Mike Santana versus Trick Williams in NXT.
Look at the entrance, bro. So one of my favorite entrances. I know, like the other day, somebody was shitting on it. It's one of my favorite entrances wrestling. I like Moose's entrance.
I don't know if I've watched enough of it to get like this hype before I see it.
Moose. We need Moose for Soba. They have the same entrance, but Moose's is better. Moose's gives me like Chicago Bulls old school entrance vibes.
It gives me like I'm driving on a Canadian highway and my high beams just hit a moose that decided to walk out into the front of the road with this of the lights just flick on and out pops a moose a little bit. I had to make a joke.
Reach.
Yes.
Imagine Ortiz shows up costing Santana. That'd be cool. We haven't seen Ortiz in a hot minute anywhere.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if Tito Ortiz showed up and relived his TNA days and came out and cost Moose.
Right? By the way, if anyone cares, Anna Jay and Viva Van are having a fucking decent match. One of the better matches AEW has given us this week.
Yeah,
that's
called
insane.
A massage parlor. And you still look good, Boston. Oh, lovers. Oh. So when's the wedding? Do we get invites? Who's the best man and who's the maid of honor?
Right.
Rochambeau for it?
Cardona versus KO. Yeah, there's maybe. The thing about Cardona is he's really, 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 really strong on the microphone.
Yeah. And Santana's really, really coming out through the crowd right now, looking like a badass.
Mojo Rawley versus Ryback. There's a barn burner. Moose retains with a lot of shenanigans. Moose for the win. Mike Santana. Damian Braun will squash Cardona. At this point in life, he should.
Right.
Wait till you are in your 40s, Boston, and it's 50-50 odds of having hair. It's a valid point. I want to see Moose for Soba. Everybody wants to see Moose for Soba.
That's been the one that's been talked about for a hot minute.
Almost a grade A comedy. Bro's enemy is English language. No shit. Tito Ortiz for Scott Steiner in a promo op.
Now, see, you got a 33 1/3% chance of beating me at Sacrifice.
Baby Man Gaming. I mean, again, I'm a little more humbled in this comment, but nothing really good happens from Buffalo. Who won PCO's Matt Cardona? PCO won.
Now,
I love Buffalo.
But he said CA, so is there a Toronto, California versus an ON? Wouldn't it be ON for Ontario?
Well, he broke it down and went big, I suppose. But yeah, Toronto, California is greater than Buffalo, New York.
I don't even know if there is one. I know there's an Ontario, California.
There very much is. I'm 31 and my head still looks like Chernobyl. And my head looks like okay. Now wait a minute. Off and rolling.
Right, as Moose into the barricade already. Is this we need a fucking Keeps, a sponsorship or something like that,
Yeah,
or
no
just
shit.
for men, hashtag not sponsored.
What up, Keeps?
Right.
Big
Move by Santana.
Last call on predictions.
Oh, if it wasn't for the fact that I knew Moose had like an 8-year contract, what have you, like is signed, like he's got that Hugh Jackman 2-year 90 kind of contract here with TNA, like this would be Santana all the way, because he's been to me my breakout guy in wrestling in 2024 from what he's done with House of Glory, TNA, what he's done establishing himself in the wrestling sphere. Like he's the guy I could see by the end of 2025 as a TNA world champion.
Well, I just don't know. Like again, I mean, on the apron, we don't know what Santana's doing. 63% of the chat taking Santana. Fair enough. I mean, again, it's a tough one to call. And again, Santana. Oh, as Fandango out here helping out.
Right.
Moose versus Gunther, KJ. It's funny because I think when you see Moose with Gunther, you realize how big Gunther is, and Moose isn't as big as we might think he is sometimes.
Yeah, Moose is big against TNA guys versus WWE.
Big dog. That's so. But wait.
Sacre bleu.
Moose is actually terrifying. He's a great athlete.
Former NFL player.
Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. And a J1, by the way, folks. And again, it was a really good match.
You know what would make this pay-per-view even better? It's not Mercedes, I can tell you that. Just taking a shot out of nowhere. She wasn't even in the building, and you just decided to punch her in the mouth.
Shit, Moose grabbing Mike. In midair for the power bomb. That was one of the comments I saw online of, WWE fans are cheering for MCMG, but Mercedes goes and wins the title and everyone's shitting on it. It's not the same, motherfucker. Not the same at all.
Yeah. My wife is Puerto Rican. I haven't won a fight in 10 years, so Santana might have this. There you go.
Attaboy. Can we see Omar in AEW at some point? Omar Epps?
Right.
Homer?
I'm trying to think. I was like, wait, what? You lost me with that one.
Omos in AEW. Yeah, he's gonna team up with Satnam Singh.
Can I call them the Twin Towers, or is that
right? The skyscrapers.
Does that not fit? Well,
right?
I saw MVP was had a whole thing, to where he ran into a Satnam at the airport bar and everything, and they might have had a discussion and conversation. And if you're gonna have Satnam do anything, and Jeff Jarrett, what have you, gone by the wayside, maybe.
Right. No Moss for Omos.
We can't get an Omos in AEW in the Hurt Syndicate, so we've got his stand-in Satnam. Speaking of stand-ins, I guess, how you doing, Anthony?
We back.
Right.
With Moose and Mike Santana. So far, so good.
Yeah. Are you feeling this played by Carlos Santana, or are you taking Moose?
I'm still taking Mike Santana. I'm still on. I really have became a big fan of Mike Santana over the past couple of months. Moose has taken some losses here, but yeah, I want Mike Santana to win.
Well, the roll through into the cutter, and
yeah,
Moose selling that like the goddamn Rock selling a stunner. Mike Santana is phenomenal. Like I said before you got back and everything. To me, he's like my breakout 2024 like top candidate, like who I would say wins the Golden KJs. Shout out January Golden KJs part 2, not the midlifeies, the 4-lifeies and everything. But I don't know just fully if he's long-term in TNA or if he's part-time, short-term, what have you. But I know Moose is like in year 2 of an 8-year contract. So you ain't going nowhere. So that's why I went with Moose.
No, which is understandable. Also when it comes to Mike Santana, though, I don't see him ever going back to AEW. He had a horrible experience there, from what I'm understanding, right? Does he really fit the mold in WWE? Potentially, but I feel like he might be here for a minute.
He's the big heavy in a Lobo, in a Legado, an Escobar, plays second fiddle. You got rid of a Ronald Mysterious, and he's the leader of the LWO.
You could put him in if they're going to make that stable work, he could be the fit. He could be the big kind of muscle for that group. I like that. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd just be LAX. Just could you see? We've seen the TNA WWE crossover. Could you see WWE use LAX? Because that's very much TNA's go-to Latino faction and everything.
I mean, like using the name or using Mike Santana and his
both.
Okay. Well, is Mike Santana and his partner on good terms? I can't.
Well, Ortiz. I didn't mean exactly Ortiz. I digress on that, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Using the name, if they can work a deal out with TNA, since they're in a working type of relationship, yeah, I can see that definitely happening. But I feel like Mike Santana will also have to get Ortiz's blessing, and I don't think they're on the best of terms.
No, fuck that. Because you need you need Hernandez, you need Homicide, you need Eddie Kingston. See, I'm building the bridge of how you get Eddie Kingston into WWE. You bring in Mike Santana, you establish LAX, and then you can slide Eddie Kingston in the back way, and that's how you get Eddie Kingston in WWE. Even if Eddie Kingston's an NXT lifer, he retires NXT champion. I'm fine with it.
How would Eddie Kingston look in WWE? I don't know how
him
that
versus
would work.
Cody, him cutting promos and shit like that would just be insane.
His promo work is top tier. I do like Eddie Kingston on the mic. I'm not the biggest Eddie Kingston fan, but
he's can't really do 50,000 chops. But yeah.
This match is really cooking right now. So far, I think it might be the match of the night.
A Mike Santana versus Karrion Kross sounds intriguing to me.
That sounds really good, but definitely they'll give that win to Mike Santana because they don't like Karrion Kross.
Well, he's out here. He's got to deal with the Howdies. He's got to deal with all that.
Right.
I halfway slid into my Trump right there. He's out there facing the Howdies. He's facing the Wyatts. We don't know, but yeah.
We don't know what's going on with him.
Mike Santana going up top. Ooh. Expedited shipping to the Lord. What? In the name of Jesus. What?
We as KJ says, we need some context there.
Yeah, right. Context is king. Kingston is Dollar Store Kevin. Oh, Spaz. We gonna fight. I normally like you. We're gonna fight on that. You're gonna catch me outside. How about that?
Is it giving Dollar Tree Spaz?
Add Tasha Steelz in LAX connection, Your Honor.
Tasha Steelz is mixed. She's black, and I don't want to get it wrong, but she's not fully black. I know that. So there is somewhat of a connection there. With
Dominicano.
So someone in the chat like fully explain it, because I'm not 100% hip of what she's mixed with.
Like I said, I think it's Dominicano.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because it's either that or Puerto Rican, but yeah, no, I think it's more Dominicano.
I kind of
better have that dental insurance. What the fuck are you trying to say? What?
I kind of need to see like exactly what Tasha Steelz is. because I
You
don't know.
Google that while I talk to the chat here. So I got Moose and Santana on the outside as my Yankees are still fucking sucking pond water. Kingston promos are top tiers. I've seen children throw better punches, not gonna lie. It's the chop spots, the corner
she has
chops,
Puerto
the
Rican
shotgun
descent.
drops, the shotgun chops just kill it for me.
She has Puerto Rican descent, so yeah, that would work.
Okay. Yeah, I guess she's Blasian, maybe.
Were you talking about like the back and forth, like the multiple chops?
Oh, where he gets somebody in the corner and it's literally yes. That's
like
just
that.
too much for me, dog.
Yeah.
As Santana dumped on the outside here, folks. Tonight is Masha's time and the Hardys, Joe Hendry.
I really think it's Masha's time and the Hardys. I want it to be Joe Hendry. But now that call your shot is in play, it potentially might not be Joe Hendry. So we'll see.
Right. Alex, she's spicy. Damien, what if Masha loses? That it's so interesting to me because the whole Masha Jordan Grace match, I feel like we'd all be predicting a different way if we didn't know contracts.
Right. And I even said it on Thursday when we did our predictions that they could potentially have Jordan Grace win tonight and then drop it at Hard to Kill. But then you brought up the point that like, then how will we get back to Masha and Jordan? So I think because the contract status is in play, I really feel like Jordan is losing tonight. And it is no other person that she can really lose to right now in the knockouts division.
Fair enough.
Moose might win.
Spear. Turn that man inside out.
Yeah.
1, 2 count. Remember when there was the whole talk of a potential Moose versus Roman and everything like that, of when they were looked at almost the same type of like power and everything like that, and especially because they both hit the spear, and honestly, they're probably the two best spears in the game. I know we saw the Gore earlier tonight, but I almost feel like the Gore is halfway a different move a bit.
Yeah, because with the Gore, it doesn't feel like it's effective.
Like a double leg takedown, just really fast.
But it gives a different feeling than a spear, right? Even though it's somewhat technically the same. But I thought that was about to be a 3 count. But earlier this year, Moose did call himself the tribal chief, and I was kind of looking for that Moose and Roman match.
Oh, Lariato, and he fucking folded that man, folded him so much he sat there and was pinning him sideways.
Wow.
So Mike Santana
picks up the victory.
And clean.
That was that clothesline just turned him all different ways.
Yeah, turned this man inside out and backwards and right back around.
Right. I'm feeling like this is the only match, and I need to look at the card that I predicted right so far. I'm horrible with predictions tonight.
Well, with the ever looming and still possibly confusing connection of John Bradshaw Layfield and connection to TNA and all of that recently.
Right.
Could he maybe even be connected to a Mike Santana, what have you? He ends the match on basically just a tornado clothesline from hell. Like, would it be interesting? I feel like JBL is going to start a faction, and clearly Nick Nemeth going to be involved. Is Kazarian involved? Is Santana involved? Who else could be involved with this?
I don't know if Nick does start some type of faction with JBL. Mike Santana is a good choice. Obviously to be Nick Nemeth. I don't know who else you would get at this point. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I'm looking at the card, and I did predict some things right. So I got Frank Kazarian winning the what is it?
Yeah, I feel like you got most things right.
I
And
got
you're
Mike
like,
Bailey
well, I only
right.
got one thing right. So
Yeah.
everyone feel bad for me as I really got like everything except for one thing wrong.
I got Spitfire wrong and Josh Alexander wrong. And I did say, so I got more than what I thought. Okay, I'm good.
There you go.
I'm good. We
As
are
we're
at the final 3 matches, though.
Yeah, well, how do you feel of the triple main event tagline thrown in here?
I know a lot of people have a big deal, like they feel very strongly about it. I do feel like if there are 3 strong storylines that are building up, I don't mind the term triple main event. I feel like they, at least in this count, they've built up Masha and Jordan very, very strongly, even the callbacks to 2022. I also feel like the Full Metal Mayhem match is a main event in itself, and obviously you have the world title, right? So in this case, I don't have a problem with it, but in previous cases, I think it was one WWE event a couple of months ago, maybe even last year, where they called it a triple main event, and 1 or 2 of those matches didn't actually feel like a main event. So I guess it kind of depends on like the case by case basis of like, how the build is going.
And to me, you can have great matches built up and everything. And I get it's this catchy gimmick, it's commercial shit with that and everything. Just to me, just don't fucking call it that because it's clearly not. I guess I'm the CM Punk, your new favorite wrestler and everything with this. There's only one main event, and that's what ends the fucking show because that's the main event. That's the last fucking act that goes on and everything. So you can have 3 great matches. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Jordan Grace versus Masha. I think this is going to be a fantastic match. I'm a huge fan of Jordan Grace. I've been a huge fan of Masha, even going back to last year to where she was ranked higher in the overall PWI than the fucking women's, which is an abomination. But just don't. It's just a tagline to have a tagline at this point. Like, you don't need it. Like, it's saying we got the best this, and it doesn't need to be that. Like, this is a great match. You don't need to sell me on there's 3 main events. I know it's super nitpicky and just semantics arguing, but yeah, just to me, I'd rather you just sell it as this is a great show. You don't need to throw in a fucking stupid tagline. But
no, and I don't really think out of everything that's nitpicked in professional wrestling, I don't think this is one thing that is nitpicked at all. I like the term double main event. Like I get the double main event kind of thing.
Co-main is the best
co-main event,
and that's what you see
right?
With like UFC, you see it with boxing, all of that.
Right. Yeah, I can deal with that. The triple main event for me, like I said, I think it has to be built towards a triple main event where each match could potentially be the main event, right? But I do believe it's also used as a tagline, and I know AEW did it. What was it? A couple of months ago, because you and KJ had that thing about
that was all in.
Monet.
That was all in or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And not one of those
events
matches felt like a
have
main
no
event.
main events.
Oh,
if I got 3 of them, I got none of them. If I can't pick one, then I got none. But Jordan Grace out here, interesting of all of the red. I feel that's very much like what Ash was wearing a bit earlier here. But yeah, so we're down to Masha versus Jordan Grace here for the TNA. I almost called it the NXT, but the TNA Women's Championship here. And if WWE starts to pillage and plunder TNA, then this clearly has to go Masha. I will ask you quickly before this kicks off. Do you think WWE is going to pillage and plunder? Like, how do you feel about that potential of a Josh Alexander, a Jordan Grace, a Jonathan Gresham, and who knows who else just jump ship to WWE now that this deal's happened?
Out of the 3 that you mentioned, the only one that I see truly going to WWE is Jordan Grace. That's the only one I see. Now, with contracts expiring, I don't have a problem with anybody going anywhere. that doesn't bother me. When it comes to like plucking talent that's still under contract with TNA, I don't see that happening because they're still trying to build a relationship with TNA. But with contracts expiring, you're free to go anywhere, and I don't have a problem with it. Jordan Grace is like, if she's not a shoo-in to go to WWE, I will be completely shocked. And I think KJ said it earlier in a stream that like he wasn't sure about Jonathan Gresham. Like, he's not really a shoo-in. Josh Alexander, I see could potentially go to WWE, but I really feel like he wants to test the entirety of the free agent pool before moving anywhere, to be honest.
That is a leverage play to me of, I plan to go here, but I will not exclude so-and-so so I can use those for leverage, because he's the only one I've seen to where it came out and TNA extended his contract. He didn't renew, they extended. Like, everybody wants to be up in arms of Ray Fenix and all of that when AEW extended contracts. But TNA did that first with Josh Alexander, and everyone just kind of batted an eye.
Yeah, and they did it because he was injured for a couple of months.
Right.
So,
and again, that's the same thing with Fenix. So, I mean,
exactly. And people threw a fit about that. That's where it becomes where the IWC sees one side and not the other.
But the independent contractor status is still such a weird concept that we can get into with all of this. But this right now might be my favorite women's match of the week, with Masha and Jordan right now in the fucking test of strength, as Masha out here looking like she's straight out of a goddamn Mad Max movie. But imagine though, like, all due respect, if NXT's women's division at the top is Julia, Stephanie Vacour, Jordan Grace, Delta, Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez, it's kind of hard at that point, Sol Rucas, etc. It's kind of hard to argue that they might have just the best women's roster, point blank, period, at this point.
Well, and I said it on Thursday that the problem with the knockouts division is that they don't have enough knockouts. They have great matches. Whatever knockout is in there at that point, whether it be Tasha Steelz or Rosemary, but they have great matches, obviously. So
absolutely, Anthony. As Nick was about to say, you are so right. But yeah, no, I'd agree. Like, the knockouts division's always been such a staple of TNA. They've just been in flux. Like, they've gone through some interesting times. I think budgetarily, they've changed a little. That was, I think, one of the talks about Scott D'Amore leaving, is he wanted to spend more money. Anthem didn't, wanted to pull that back a little. They have quality in their division. It's just not the deepest of divisions like it once was.
Yeah, and I think I made a TikTok video a couple of months ago where I kind of named all the knockouts that have either been injured or left in the past like year and a half, and it came out to about 7 or 8.
Yeah.
If you include Trinity, Deonna Purrazzo, Kylan King, you lost a lot. Like, so they're in the rebuilding stages, and honestly, they haven't recovered since Trinity and Deonna left.
Yeah.
And they really threw the ball at Jordan Grace, and she took it.
Yeah.
So I think 2025 is going to be proven ground for the knockouts and them signing more knockouts to the division.
Absolutely. As Jordan is in control right now.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Stomping on the chest on the apron.
Crazy.
Wow.
But we've added, like, in the past 7 months, Zaya Brookside, we got Zia Lee in there, Heather Reckless, we added Ash by Elegance. So like, they're growing. They're trying to grow.
Yeah, definitely in flux in such a way. And again, I think as you move forward, and they're kind of aware of their circumstance, so that we'll see new names pop in and out, and some of the in-house talent. I mean, even like a Zia Lee will come to the forefront.
Right.
Especially if this match goes the way I think it will. I wonder how the chat went on this one. It's like 50-50. Slight edge to Masha.
Yeah, I really think Masha's taking it. I'll be shocked if she doesn't take it tonight.
I think she kind of has to tonight. I mean, what do you do if you lose a fourth time? Like, you move on?
Right, exactly.
Right?
And they've avoided each other for a very long time.
Yeah.
They haven't really had any type of singles action, any type of interaction. So this really has to be Masha's moment.
Yeah. No, I really I really liked how they built this. Even, you know, they used the fact that it's been, you know, 3 times you've already missed, but you know, I expected you to come back around and you didn't. Now here you are, you're finally back. You know, are you going to pull this off?
Right,
So,
right.
I don't know, man. I mean, again, great battle. The chat's kind of split on it. Boston, I see your comment. That hurts the heart a little bit.
And they're kind of running the same type deal with when they did Deanna and Jordan Grace, because Deanna toppled Jordan Grace, I think 5 times or 4 times, and Jordan Grace won the 5th time.
Yeah.
So they're kind of replaying that here a little bit.
Wow, up and over.
Ooh, that was close.
Mash is selling that knee. Big kick to the head, though.
Yeah, a fury of kicks right there.
And I'd argue probably 2 of the best women in all of wrestling that aren't in one of the 2 major companies.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Grace top tier, Masha. I've been a fan of Masha for a minute, but when Jacob Fatu wrestled her at Wrestling Revolver, he hits harder than any man he's ever faced. I was like, she's legit.
Yeah. No, I won't forget when Masha was in Toronto and then she took on Speedball and they destroyed the ring. They ripped the ring apart. Like he ended up in between the boards of the ring.
Yeah, that was a crazy match.
Yeah. Oh, jumps into the choke. Wow.
Oh, Jordan Grace powering out. At least he's trying to.
Wow. Jackhammer.
Run into a jackhammer. Man.
Crazy transitions. And actually, for the folks out there just curious, I actually think that AEW put on a better Collision than they did a Dynamite this week.
Dynamite.
I'm not completely invested in it, but I mean, the matches they've had on Collision, it's kind of been an overall better show than we got on Wednesday.
Dynamite was a struggle.
Dynamite
was definitely a struggle.
I took a lot of heat for how much I didn't like it. You're crazy. They advance storylines. Come on, people.
Oh.
Into the corner. Dun, dun, dun. Come on, Jordy. Jackhammer. Xia Li is a future women's champion in TNA. Highly possible.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about somebody that could give Masha a run for her money, or Jordan if Jordan retains. Zaya's no joke.
Yeah, and her first match in TNA, I forgot who she faced. It wasn't a signed talent, but man, she delivered in that match. I don't like it. That was nice.
Frankensteiner. Mash is selling the hell out of that leg.
Was that snowplow?
That was, holy shit.
Oh. I don't like to use the term drop the ball, but I think they could have did a lot with Xia Li in WWE, and especially when she had that match with Becky Lynch on that random episode of Monday Night Raw. I thought they were going to push her after that, and they didn't.
No, and I mean, I was really surprised. Even they had that weird moment where she jumped in and she caused, was it Becky or Bailey? Like, and then they had her in the hood.
She was like she was under the hood.
Yeah, and then no follow-up, and next thing you knew, she was released. I thought there was something there with Xia for a while, but athletic, strong, but it never came to be.
Right, it never came to be at all.
FTR picks up a win over I guess Jake the Snake's not helping Los Ingobernables very much. Beast Mortis back. The Beast Mortis is becoming a star of AEW. More booked than just about anybody. It's insane. He don't even speak. He grunts. Going
That
back to the
knee-
leg.
Yeah,
Jordan
that
skinning
knee
the cat.
really bothering Masha.
But I love a good old, selling proper. Springboard. Oh, shit.
It was a little sloppy because of that knee, I think, but
I
she
like
got
it.
most of it.
The Outrunners are here saving the day. As that is crazy how over these guys are.
Yeah, the Outrunners are really big in AEW, but they just won't give them the titles because it's still on the Young Bucks.
It's not even about the title. They just give them some matches on Dynamite so we have something to cheer
Exactly.
about. God. 2-2-2. Hell of a match going on here, folks. Make sure you get in that chat. Make sure you click all those buttons as we got 2 more main event matches coming your way.
I'm surprised they put this match on before
the tag match.
Before Full Metal Mayhem, but
yeah, I was a little surprised as well.
Oh,
up goes Slamma.
Oh, wait, just a bunch of reversals here. Oh,
what the hell was that?
What was that?
Tilt-a-whirl Alabama Slam? Oh, white noise. The Kryptonite Crunch.
Oh,
dude, what?
I was about to call it white noise, but I was like, I think they're about to call it a different name.
Ouch. We have concluded our programming. Dun, dun, dun.
Man, I feel a little nervous here. Like Jordan's gonna retain, which I won't be upset about, but I just don't know how we get the title off of her eventually.
Yeah, like if not Masha, then who?
Right.
You scared him away. He's boycotting Anthony. I don't know what's up.
I think that's it. He's boycotting me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
That knee still giving her some trouble.
Yeah, that didn't look comfortable at all, but both women pulling it out.
I think Masha's about to climb to the top.
She's trying. She's trying.
Ooh, a headbutt by Masha.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Wasn't that used? But yeah, that's kind of why it's called the snowplow.
Oh, she was looking for Muscle Buster.
Oh, backside rolls through. Big knee. Another knee. What a hard-hitting women's match.
Yeah, they're not holding back.
Oh, wow. Wow, Jordan Bridges out at 2.
That was close. Did they call that the burning hammer or the Birmingham hammer? I don't know.
The Birmingham hammer. I like
the
it.
Birmingham. Okay.
No, I think it's burning.
Burning.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a hell of a match. I agree. This one made me laugh. How could you boycott Anthony? Look at that beautiful hair.
I'm trying.
Right.
But baldness runs in my family, so I don't know how long this is gonna last. Ooh, a kick. She's doing those roundhouse kicks again.
Oh, wow. What a move.
She turned that into oh the Grace driver, the Juggernaut driver. Oh,
wow. Slamovich kicks out. And she puts her in a heel hook. Burning. Yes.
Burning. Okay.
Anthony's glasses are on point.
Thank you. Oh, Grace has an ankle lock in.
Oh. There's no way she taps. Oh, going back to the almost the muffler hold. Like the hanging.
Ooh.
Oh, she got there. Masha's got this.
She got to the ropes.
Ooh. Yeah, I agree with Damien. This match is cooking. One of my favorite of the night so far.
I think it's at the pace of beating out Mike Santana versus Moose.
Mike Santana versus Moose was solid. Really surprised that Moose goes under, but again, we don't really know what's up with Mike, and Mike's been on a tear this year.
Right.
But the system's had a rough go in the last 4 or 5 months.
They've been struggling the past 3 to 4 months. Yeah. And then I think they're losing tonight with the tag titles.
Yeah.
She's trying to pull out the super Juggernaut driver again.
Masha reverses, or fights through. Headbutts. Look like the exhausted headbutts. Like, just die.
Right. Just go down. Like, please.
Nice.
Oh.
Snowplow from the top.
That was Snowplow?
That's what they called it. I don't know. It was kind of.
That's it.
And it's over.
And new. That was great.
Masha Slamovich finally climbs the mountain. Jordan Grace and Moose have the same traps. Jesus, and Adam. But women can't wrestle. Yeah, I know you're being sarcastic, my guy. I love it. But clearly, as Masha picking her back up, or is this replay? Replay, my bad. I was like, she beating her up again.
I'm in agreement with, which is always not surprising, but with Boston, I think this has been the best women's match of the year between the 3 companies. I think this has been.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be up there. I mean, trying to run through my Rolodex of
11. I'm trying to run through my head of
Jordan's probably really been in like 2 or 3 of them.
Right.
Snowplow into the pile driver, and we have a new Knockouts women's champion, folks. Can all 3 main events have a title change here tonight?
I think so. That's
insane.
The only match that I think that really came close to this was the women's Money in the Bank match, because I remember the announcers even had to stand up and was like, we got to give kudos to these women.
Mm-hmm. As she's helping Jordan to her feet, and the women embrace. Everybody on their feet. Both women emotional. Hell of a moment.
This was good.
Yo, the ladder match is last?
So the tag title match is last?
Is it because the Hardys are going to win?
That's
weird. I'm lost.
Now I'm okay, so this would make sense to Nick's point. Why would you want to end the show with Frankie Kazarian holding the world title?
But if the Hardys held the title at the very end of the night,
that would send the fans home happy.
You might be onto something, my friend.
This is interesting.
This is crazy that the world title is going second last.
Yeah.
it makes me think that that's what's happening. Nick's been right all night. I love that. Don't tell him. He'll go to his head.
I like Trey's comment up here saying, now the question is who faces Masha next. I would assume they would run Masha and Jordan one more time. But
Okay.
I feel like Tasha might be the next because Tasha and Masha have heat right now. So I feel like Tasha might be the next one after this.
And yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. She was the only woman in the Gauntlet match tonight as well.
Right.
So
right.
that adds up pretty good. All right, folks. Do you believe in Joe Hendry? Let's find out here tonight as the next one is up and on the docket. I'm surprised, but now I'm thinking Joe's definitely losing.
Joe is definitely.
The excitement on this man's face down below.
I fucking told you so. I fucking told you so. I fucking told you so.
We'll give you this one, Nick. We'll give you this.
Yes, see, you
but
all
still,
doubted me, and then now you see the bigger picture. I am the higher power.
There you go.
You're the higher power. You're the Shane McMahon.
I'm definitely high and of power, but yes, no.
Right.
I don't know about, here comes the money.
So the co-main event here tonight, the second last match, Joe versus Nick Nemeth. This is intriguing. So can the ref count his own pinfall?
This feels very like when The Rock or when Austin was like the special guest referee with Kane and Taker. And type of shit like that. Yes. Hey, your lover turned on you. He agrees with me. I'm the side piece. I'll admit it.
As here comes Frankie. I mean, they're selling us on Frankie hard. The vibe, the look, the boo.
Yeah, but no one's buying. Like, he's like, motherfucker. Like, honestly, is anyone buying this? Like,
and I'll be honest, I'm not buying it. I don't like Frankie Kazarian as a heel, but the way that he's been chasing that title for months, I can't deny like the booking decisions they're making.
But Frankie, like this as an asshole, is better than him trying to be a nice guy because it doesn't work.
True.
Like, so, like what he's been doing lately with like the attitude and the big glasses and. At least it's different, and he's not like the elite hunter anymore. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Just nothing works with him though. Like he's like the guy. He's the Elvis impersonator in Times Square or on the Strip in Vegas that you might get a picture with, type of shit. That's kind of I feel where Kazarian's at. I like this chair saying 1 right, 27 wrong. Way to go, Nick.
I like you, Chair. I like
you. And a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
Oh, Chair.
Grumpy. Frankie Kazarian might interfere with the match. No shit. I think he's the referee. I think he's the only person who can interfere in this match.
Joe's going to win this match and get screwed. But again, I think Frankie's going to count his own pinfall.
But is that not a fumble? Is that not like you've had so like Joe Hendry's been the hottest thing in your company, and you're waiting till now to where he's even really going at the title?
Ace Steel giving a pep talk. Buddy Punk giving a pep talk.
Now you go up there and you punch those Bucks right in the face. I don't care how many times Larry barks. You just keep punching them.
Right.
I really don't think though it's a fumble if Joe Hendry loses here because he technically just got into the main event scene like 4 weeks ago.
Oh, why is that a thing that he's just getting into the main event? But he's been the biggest thing in this fucking company.
So the money's in the
for 2024. The biggest thing that's happened in TNA is Joe Hendry, and you're waiting until October. Now he's in the main event scene.
That goes back to pandering the booking to the IWC.
Let's be honest, you can't say that Joe Hendry's only gotten over with the IWC. This man was over with anybody and everybody. Joe Hendry was the biggest thing talked about with this company.
when he became big like he was, they were in the midst of a story between Nick Nemeth and the system. So we scrap all of that just to give it to Joe Hendry at Slammiversary.
Right? That's
it wouldn't make sense.
Right? That's
it
what
wouldn't
TNA
make
did
sense
with
just because he's over in all of professional wrestling. Now, I also believe that like him losing to Nick Nemeth face versus face is a little weird too. So screw him tonight. Give him 3 months to chase the heel champion and then win it. And I mean, he's even said it himself on Twitter when he said, "Give it 4 months, I'll be the biggest thing in professional wrestling again." So I don't know.
Look at this entrance.
The biggest thing for 4 months.
Time out. Look at this entrance.
Say his name and he appears.
We'll get back to
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Coming out like Slim Shady.
Slash Streets back. All right.
All right. New poll going up in the chat, by the way. I changed the who wins to who leaves with the belt.
Fair enough. Well, I like this though from Plumpy saying we're the big three of live streams. So there you
Let's go.
100%. We're the three-headed monster, my God.
I agree that Joe Hendry is probably the most over guy in this company, but he doesn't stop being the most over guy in this company after tonight. It's like when Cody lost and people acted like he died. A year later, he won the title. The money is in the chase. So if he doesn't win tonight,
it's all been the chase.
But he hasn't been in the main event picture. So there hasn't been a lot of chase. He's been in mid card, like he was going after, like he was messing around in the mid card under the main event title and going through rivalries there. So this is really his first big shot.
So who's his filler to go after until he goes back to Nemeth then? If Nemeth retains or if Kaz retains,
I think it's gonna be Frankie.
I don't think Nemeth retains.
Right, but no, I'm saying so either way. So then who's his, like, Cody had to go through the murderer's row going back from 39 to WrestleMania 40 and everything. Had to win the Royal Rumble, had to deal with fighting off Dwayne and all of that. What's Joe Hendry's pathway then?
For the next 3 months, he will be chasing Frankie specifically.
But who's he go through? That's the thing. You can chase Frankie, but if you don't have anyone that's of caliber to go through,
he'll fight Frankie a couple times. Like he'll have another match.
That's trash. That's trash. We can't say that and then say when we don't like eliminators and everything. So he's gonna beat the challenger.
I never said he was gonna beat him. You did that thing again where I say
so he's gonna lose multiple times to the champion and then he's gonna face him and beat him. Either way, it's not good. You need to have challenges. You need to have pathways. You need to have gates he has to go through.
You're telling me, again, just because you talk louder and more doesn't mean you're more right.
It does in Italian.
Again, if Joe is chasing Frankie and then they make a one-on-one match between Joe and Frankie, which has never happened for the belt, and Frankie cheats to win and fucks him over, now he's mad and you got to run it back. The money is in the chase. So I don't think the people who are fans of Joe Hendry right now wake up tomorrow not fans of Joe Hendry.
So Kazarian's the Liv Morgan and Joe Hendry's Rhea Ripley. Is that what you're trying to say?
Kind of, if you want to make that comparison. Right? Like people are still Rhea Ripley fans.
Right, but I feel like you've already waited to pull the trigger with Joe.
When did they wait?
You need to unload this fucking round.
When did they wait to pull the trigger on this? Because they didn't.
They waited until October.
Dude, that's Tony Khan booking.
But that goes back to what.
No, how is that Tony Khan booking? This has been going on for a minute.
Every time the internet gets excited about somebody, Tony Khan gives them the belt.
So Joe Hendry's just as the internet got excited. They haven't been excited for him for a hot minute.
It goes back to what I'm saying, though. When he became big, they were literally in the midst of a story. So you cut it to give it to Joe Hendry because he's over? Like they were in the midst of telling Nick and the system. Then you had the Hardys involved with the system. Like I called this at Hard to Kill that Nick Nemeth was going to walk into Slammiversary as and win the championship. That's exactly what happened. And it's bad booking if you cut that in the middle just to give it to Joe Hendry.
No, you don't cut it now. You cut it. You don't cut it now. You cut it now. This needs to be the end. This needs to be the coronation.
And I'm
Why?
not,
You're seeing
I'm not
House of
saying you're,
Glory pay-per-views and everything like that named over this man and everything. You need to coronate this man.
Why?
Because he's been the biggest thing in this fucking company. We've all agreed
so
on this.
you coronate him as champion tonight. He walks out as champion, but he loses it to Frankie Kazarian like 2 weeks later because he called his shot. We're back at square one, right?
I'm not gonna have a coronary. Y'all can have this. That ain't what I'm mad at.
Tell him, Nick.
Joe Hendry's leaving here as TNA champion, and I'm fucking standing on business with that. If I'm wrong, I'll go down with the ship. I'll be the fucking Titanic man. Just there's more room on that fucking door, Rose.
But I've been saying the entire time that my pick has not changed. Joe Hendry will win this match, but does he walk out as champion? Because he could technically win,
right? No,
and win the championship, and then get blasted by Frankie Kazarian, and then he calls his shot, and then he loses.
I'll give you the perfect example, and from this company, Josh Alexander chased that belt, and he was the heart and soul of this company. He finally got his moment, and Moose speared him out of his boots, pinned him 1, 2, 3, and left with the belt, and everybody was like, "Fuck." But then he chased Moose and got his belt. I listen. I think there's a chance that Joe has a moment tonight, but I don't think that people just give up on Joe Hendry if tonight's not his night.
I never said that they gave up. I never once ever insinuated or hinted at that. I think that we've just built up to this moment that now's the coronation. Like I said, if I'm wrong, crucify me on this hill. I will die where I'm at, because I think Joe Hendry leaves Bound for Glory as your TNA world champion. And I know it fucks up the Kazarian story, but honestly, I don't give too much of a rat's ass about Kazarian, so you can have that.
Right now, 35% of the chat think this is amazing, actually. 35% of the chat think Frankie, 31 think Nick, and 35 think Joe.
Triple split.
We gotta split down the fucking. Everybody gets that piece up high.
Right. Everybody has a piece. But
all right,
we are on the way. Ding ding with Joe Hendry and Nick Nemeth here.
Last call on the predictions. We're shutting them down. And good luck to everybody. Nobody wants Frankie as the world champion.
No, y'all both keep fucking arguing about it, so y'all clearly do.
None of us want it. But I do think the fact that none of us want it might be why they do it. Because now you have an uber over babyface and a hated heel. Now everybody dying to see that win. One-on-one.
I will just ask this question. What's going to garner more headlines tomorrow? Joe Hendry, new TNA champion
of tag team titles in TNA.
That wasn't a question. Let me finish the question.
I'm just saying.
Or that Frankie Kazarian is your TNA champion.
There's a reason that tag match is going last, man.
Could we see a debut or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. What?
Could we see a debut? I tried to say it en français of a debut, all of that. Yes. Do we see a debut? Do we see a surprise? Anything? Is that?
Who would it be?
I don't know. Like a
debut
Motor City. They just made a one-night appearance.
The WWE Tag Champs are here.
Just because.
Nick gonna start rapping a Hail Mary. Come with me.
No, I'm gonna be out here. Who shot you? 7 the week from obsolete.
It would be really crazy if we did all that argument for Nick Nemeth to retain.
And nothing happened. Could you imagine?
I still win because it's a Nick. My name's Nick, so I default win.
That would be the best shit. We do all this battling, and nobody's talking about the idea that Nemeth might win.
Yeah, how do you feel as Zigglypuff? No one made a case, no one argued, not a comment, not a fucking strong position, not a counter argument, nothing.
What's the crowd chanting right now? F Ohio?
I think so. That's what it sounds like.
Why we? Somebody want to elaborate on why we're fucking Ohio? It's just because there's 2 O's in it.
Fuck you. I didn't think that at all. But no, I was only going to go with the NFL of like, you know, the AFC or NFC North Division. But yeah, no, I didn't picture because it has a front hole and a back hole that's why we might be fucking it, my guy. Apparently you have a weird kink when it comes to fucking vocabulary.
Good vocabulary turns me on, Nick. All right.
Right. You put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Look at Joe just running around with Nick. Is Nick from Ohio? Is Kazarian from Ohio? One of them from Ohio.
Yeah, Nick's from Ohio because he's out there. He's always been the one like Miz and all of that does the
he's from Cleveland.
The Cleveland Brown shit and everything.
Yeah, there you go.
The Cleveland Steamers.
But Nick from Ohio, I guess. Detroit. I mean, I guess maybe a little bit of a
said, welcome to Detroit City.
I really hope Joe Hendry wins the title, but I think Nick Nemeth will retain. The Ryan on the finally someone standing up for Nick Nemeth.
It took us saying that no one's standing up for Nick Nemeth for someone to stand up for Nick Nemeth.
There you go. Ziggler's from Ohio, so that's why. Nobody feeling Ohio. I think we should have known that, but we've been talking about a lot.
Yeah, but you had Ryan out there of I'm Spartacus.
Right. There you go.
I will fall on this hill.
Right. Jay Hockey's with you, bro. You clearly you're on the right track here.
Yeah, I'm so on the right track that it's B hockey instead of J hockey.
Yeah, B hockey.
You gave me the B and the J, but there you go.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how to fumble the bag. Is that because WWE's at this point that it's strong enough? Like your arms are just too small to box with God, so now you got to punch down and go at TNA. When I think we've all kind of said, if we had to say right now, 2024, closing out the year, it goes big 3, WWE, TNA, AEW, respectfully.
I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm. As far as quality of programming, and I mean, I've enjoyed like Bound for Glory delivered from start to finish. No matter what happens in this match and the next match, this has been a hell of a pay-per-view. And none of these matches were filler. None of these matches were a waste of time. We had a couple gimmicky matches. We've had some really strong matches. That women's match burned tonight. Like it fucking cooked.
The only match that I personally was disappointed about was actually the opener. The Speedball and Viking. It was great. I think I was expecting a little bit more from more from Vikingo, not from Speedball, because Speedball kind of delivers and everything. But ever since then, everything has been kind of good. I interrupted you, Nick. What were you saying?
No, I was just doing the Joe Hendry if he was doing the stomp clap. I apologize. I was interrupting you. Yeah, he was doing his best Queen impression out there. Yeah, no, from top to bottom, and that's the thing is we're already surprised of this is not the match that's closing this out. Like when we talked about the triple main event and everything, we thought this was the slam dunk to be the main event and everything. Yeah. And instead we're getting full Metal Mayhem and all of that.
I can at least clarify and say, like, no matter what happens with the ending of this match, if Nick retains, I'll be happy. If Joe Hendry walks out of the pay-per-view as champion, I'll be happy because I said in my predictions that Joe Hendry will win. If Frankie Kazarian walks out as champion, I will still be happy because there'll be some type of thing they'll do up until at least Hard to Kill. So all 3 outcomes I'm okay with.
If Joe Hendry walks out of here clean as a referee whistle as TNA champion, I need both of you to just acknowledge me. I'm pulling the Roman with Dwayne. You just need to at least acknowledge me. You don't even got to say I'm right or you were wrong or anything. Just acknowledge me.
But Anthony, who did you predict?
I predicted Joe Hendry.
I also
who leaves? I said who leaves? Context. I'm providing context.
I don't know. But the fact that this is not the main event, Joe's not
yeah,
leaving.
it's just giving me an itchy vibe that something weird is going to happen.
Yeah, but I'll give you your kudos if.
And I also
Itchy and
agree with
scratchy.
you.
Yeah,
I
over
also
there.
agree with you before you hop back on from your break that you did say in the prediction video, if Frankie Kazarian wins in the main event, which we now know is not truly the main event, you're sending the fans home very upset. So they, in hindsight,
they found a way around.
They kind of switched it around.
I love you, Anthony, because you are so nice that I didn't even remember that at all. And I would have never known that, would have never fucking thought of that. You never had to bring that up ever. You could have just buried me neck deep, and you're like, nope, I'll give you a life raft. You might be stuck out here in a Shark Tank, but I'll give you a life raft.
It was a very good point as like, how do you send the whole fan base home flat and disappointed? Well, then you followed up with, yeah, exactly. Didn't even think that was an option. Like, I was almost like, let Jordan and Masha go last.
Right. You got to pull down the cage and everything at the end of this. So like, how do you pull it down and then pull it back up?
Wait, there's a cage?
Full Metal Mayhem.
Oh.
I thought. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. What else is new? I'm probably wrong. Don't trust me on that. Don't source me. Wait, I see, unlike Meltzer, I admit I'm mostly wrong. Oh. So I don't pretend to be right.
The Full Metal Mayhem match is not in the cage.
No. What the hell are both of you then?
It's a glorified TLC match, but the titles will be above the ring where they have.
Hey, at least though we're getting tables, ladders, and scarce and everything tomorrow night, but that only ends in pinfall. So at least we're getting what TLC should have been for what TLC could have been.
Okay. Well, I'm starting to think we have 316 talking about Liv, and now we got B Hockey on the Joe live. Like you're ruining everything. Joe's still going to be over tomorrow, my guy, no matter what happens here tonight. That's where wrestling fans get, like, it's all the same fans that said, oh, I'm never watching wrestling again if Cody doesn't win. And then a year later, we're like, we want Cody. We want Cody. Wrestling fans are fickle.
I do still at least see of one way or another, we can have this fucking argument until we're blue in the face here of TNA, if not now, by now, should have capitalized on the popularity of Joe Hendry.
No, because you don't want to burn him out. You don't want him to be like every other guy that just fizzles into nothing.
But he's starting to fizzle because you haven't capitalized. You haven't given anything that's been a boost. You haven't backed it.
Did you? Or you're not the one that just said they gave him his own, like another company named a pay-per-view after?
Yes.
He's not fizzled.
Another company, not this company, not the company he works for.
He's still over as fuck.
Cool. I can work for fucking Rose, but if I go and get McDonald's and they treat me like a fucking king there, that doesn't mean I need to switch jobs and start working at McDonald's and shit that fucking matters and everything.
So my question is, if we pulled the trigger, hypothetically, if we pulled the trigger on Joe Hendry at Slammiversary, how would it look for Joe Hendry to lose to the NXT champion 2 months later? Because he lost.
Get there though. Does your revisionist history?
I'm just changing the fact that Joe Hendry wins the title at Slammiversary.
So you think everything plays out exactly the same? Of he wins the championship, but everything still plays out the same.
But that's. Well, I'm just saying it could play out the same if we did that. But if we don't do that and we continue the story of Nick Nemeth and the system like they did, and Joe Hendry would still look strong. But if he lost them
face each other.
In all due respect, you were here on this channel telling everybody they had to put the belt on Nick because he was the biggest star in the company when he came here. So you can't have it both ways. You can't.
We know I have the best rallies. I have the biggest rallies.
Yeah, you can't have.
Don't call into question what I might have said in the past.
Yeah, when Nick Nemeth came to this company, he was the biggest wrestling star in the company, and he didn't even get the belt handed to him.
And they should have done that then. Just like I said, they should have put the belts on the Acclaim instead of bowing.
You got the cup. He's calling for a ref.
He's calling for a ref.
You are the fucking ref.
He needs another ref.
Almost another word I couldn't say on stream. Oh, Tony injured.
Oh, JBL.
Jesus Christ.
JBL.
JBL, we talked about this.
Rhino.
Shut
But
up.
he's not a ref. He's just Walker, Texas racist
No, he's been taking
ranger.
out Kazarian. He's been with
He took
Nick.
out Kazarian, which kind of confirms that he's still helping
Close
Nick
on
Nemeth.
from hell.
There's
Close
a
on
hope.
from
I have a
hell.
hope. I have a hope. JBL is my great white hope, I guess.
This might be a fucking twist.
How dare you, John Layfield? It just
JBL.
was off.
Now, is he going to lay out Joe?
Oh,
Joe Hendry
no.
might win. Which we said he would. That's a point for everybody.
But if he leaves, you must acknowledge
JBL lays him
Oh,
out.
he took out
Nick
Joe.
Nemeth. Nick Nemeth.
No!
What the fuck?
Could you imagine out of all of this, after all of this, I just leave the stream. If Nemeth wins, just and you have a good night.
There goes. Oh, then he takes out Nick Nemeth's brother.
Why does he look like Nick Nemeth's brother looks like if Gronk was not an NFL player? This is so fucked though because everyone's down. It's not like he
Why is
screwed.
that
He
fuck?
took out
That's
Paz.
fun.
He took out Joe Hendry. Of everybody's down. The only man standing, well, trying
only
to
one he
stand,
getting
trying to
attacked was
flounder, is Nemeth.
This is fun shit. I'm loving this.
Famous sir, but there's no ref.
Zigzag.
There's the ref running out.
We got a ref running. Joe kicks out for sure.
He kicks
Yeah.
out. Okay.
Joe kicks out.
1, 2. It's amazing that in 2024, JBL has had a babyface turn.
They're
A
booing him.
man you would have
They're
never
booing
thought
him.
would
He's
ever
not a
be
babyface.
capable of a babyface turn has had one in 2024.
But they're booing him. He's not a baby face. They beat up Joe Hendry. They're
Yeah,
booing
but I
him.
mean, he's not throwing
Here it
slurs. So you're
comes.
fine.
Here it
Oh,
comes.
oh,
Cut him!
Oh, we got a
Just
super kick.
him!
Super kick.
another one. Danger
Zigzag.
zone.
They changed the name. I don't know what they changed it to. Who cares?
Zigzag.
And Nick
Oh,
wins.
No, you're
Oh,
TNA
no.
World Champion.
No.
Nick wins.
Nemeth.
I'm kind of happy at
on
this
to the
point
title.
that we were all wrong.
We're all wrong.
Yeah, but no, everyone wants to point out at least I was wrong. No one wants to admit anyone else was wrong.
Because
At least
KJ and
I was
are
wrong.
majority of the time
Wait,
right.
Kazarian jump up and get that belt now.
He catches it on Nemeth.
This way you protect your golden boy.
The golden boy
But
should have fucking won.
JBL.
Stay
JBL.
golden, pony boy.
JBL.
All
you
we're
just say
missing is
any
Orlando
fucking-
Jordan out here to sit there and, fucking Pope to sit there and pour some baby oil on him. And we're
There was
good.
like one person in the chat that said out loud that Nick Nemeth was going to win. That's amazing.
Right. We got to give it up to Trey.
Right. So, Trey, you unintentionally just become the new predictions champion because you are the only one
Yeah, the only one.
that
I
got Nick
think you're
Nemeth
good
right.
pick.
So you get 27 bonus points. No, fuck that. Nick wasn't wrong. He said an alternative fact.
Adam, you shut
You
up.
get a star. Alternative facts. That's a new T-shirt coming to the Wrestling World.
Yeah, no shit. Alternative, all right.
fact. Wrong person won. Boston. Oh well, that happened.
It
We
was so
argued
fun.
for the entirety of that match for Nick to win. For Nick
That
Nemeth
was
to retain.
insane. We said it too. Shit.
Right. We literally laid out the blueprint of how that could happen, and we're like, "There's no fucking way they do that."
Well,
And sure
so
as shit, that's what they did,
the
folks.
only way
If that ain't proof they're listening, you know they're listening now.
the only way that was going to happen is if JBL showed up, and nobody thought JBL was actually going to come back. So shit.
Well, even if you thought JBL was going to show up, you didn't think he was going to show up, and he was going to take out everybody. And I do mean everybody.
That they got to explain this better. I got to understand why JBL is helping Nick Nemeth so adamantly.
This is the third time he showed up, because I think he showed up at Emergence, Victory Road, and now this. So I'm gonna need some type of explanation.
Well, he showed up in AAA or CMLL too, as well, and all of that. He's the Dutch Mantel to his, Jack Swagger. That alone tells you how KJ feels. Man couldn't even put the sound into words.
Dude, been yelling at you for 4 hours now. I'm tired.
Bring it on. We got 2 more hours before. We're used to this. We're used to long fucking battles here. We still got at least 2 hours before we can say we're tired.
By the way, we got Santana and Diaz.
Santana Marella always looks like he's an extra in the new Bad Boys movie with
He's
Martin
actually
Lawrence.
one of the cops on Law and Order Toronto.
They have cops in Toronto? Will they pull you over for being too polite?
Oh my God, bro!
Law and Order Toronto
You're
is
so American.
driving with maple syrup.
You're so you need to leave your country once in a while, bro.
It's so funny because I've probably been like a good bit in Canada, but I just got to play the dumb American.
All right, Matt Chewbacca says crazy.
Holy shit! We forgot about
they're bringing back Genesis.
There you look, Genesis in Texas. JBL.
I kind of hate they scrapped Hard to Kill, because Hard to Kill had banged over the past 3 years. But Genesis is cool because we're going back to the old TNA stuff. So
there you go. In Texas, which has become a wrestling hotbed as of late again.
Right.
Going back to the good old days. I also hope Dutch is doing well. Heard he's been in the hospital with bad health. I did not know that. All right, Nick. What's happening in this match? See, it's funny because Anthony has Boston, you've had Adam, and my boy MDB abandoned me. Where'd he go?
Yeah, but Adam accepted me.
That's what I said. And everyone's got to take.
I honestly halfway thought that we forgot that, Cardona and PCO has already happened, all right?
Everything's happened.
Everything's happened.
Okay, no, I literally, when they were showing that for Genesis, I thought that match hadn't happened yet. So vitamins are doing strong with this one. This to me, this is the Hardys win. I feel the Hardys have very much now become, beyond the whole you send them home happy of that, they've now become even a halfway focus with House of Glory. They've embraced now, Matt has gone out there of trying to be, we're going to be in WWE again, and WWE said no thank you. So I think they've embraced, we'll run the independents, we'll be the top tag team out here.
Who did they say was teaming up with them, a PCO there?
I
something at Hammerstone versus PCO and somebody next week on Halloween night.
I missed that. And they had a Vikingo graphic up there saying he was the new X Division champion.
Is that what that said?
He clearly lost.
Spoiler alert. Yeah, is it the Wolfman that's teaming with PCO? We're getting the Frankenstein. Is it Count Dracula? Is it, Count Chocula? Any of that?
All right, folks, get those predictions in. Let us know as we are in the actual main event at this point. And I can't imagine it's not the Hardys anymore, which I did not pick them. So shit.
But do they lose? And that's how you get Willow, which
you didn't mention.
And I just say, as a personal thing, that is my least favorite gimmick in all of
worse than Shoe
history. No, worse than Shoe, worse than the Pillow, worse than all of that, of the fucking Willow with the umbrella. And Willow, I hate that gimmick.
Joe shows up at Halloween Havoc tomorrow, maybe after tonight.
I kind of want to know like we argued like for that entire Nick Nemeth Joe Hendry match. Now I'm like kind of lost to how do we get to Joe Hendry?
Yeah, then
how
now
do
what
we
do?
get him to the title?
I wonder.
Like we made every excuse to how he could potentially get to the title with Frankie Kazarian. But how do we do this with Nick?
Do you think because JBL actually being like coming out and wasting everybody does leave that open now that like Joe deserves a rematch? Nick's a little more heelish because he's been helped by JBL a couple times. I don't know. We thought the chase was going to be Kazarian. Now Nick Nemeth is a better chase, but you still have Frankie with the cash-in available.
Triple threat.
Oh no, I'm so sick of triple threats. Everything is just like we can't figure out how to make a number one guy in a feud. So triple threat. WWE is doing it too much.
Well, I mean, we were talking about tournaments and everything before, so
I think Joe will be headed up north. Yeah, that could be part of the issue here.
Fair enough.
Misfit saying they ruined the show. Is this show ruined, guys?
No.
You will rue the day. No, not at all. There's still bar none, like question for the audience of would you rewatch Bound for Glory or would you rewatch Wrestle Dream?
Easily Bound for Glory.
You're TNA. You don't count. You're
because I remember I stayed up for the entirety of Wrestle Dream. Remember,
you did.
And then I messed all over Wrestle Dream in the chat. And I know I'm the TNA guy, but Wrestle Dream was trash beyond trash.
Got to remember, just because you don't get what you expect or want doesn't mean the whole show sucked. And I mean, the match was good. Again, I don't believe that Joe. Well, we got painted chairs. Look at this. Jeff was busy today.
Dude, we're getting tired. We're getting Jeff Hardy chairs and everything.
Ladders.
Holy shit. If you couldn't tell me the Hardys were winning, I know. Oh, whoa.
The ring is painted.
The whole ring.
Everything is. I wonder who might win this match.
I don't know. This is the Hardy compound. Come to Detroit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you get last chance to get a point here.
Hot topic of wrestling.
Fozzy is far worse than the Jeff Hardy's music.
They're both bad. Neither one is better than the other. I honestly, I know Judas. Name me a Jeff Hardy song.
My broken heart.
I fade away and I become obsolete. But that's Matt Hardy. So
that's Matt Hardy.
Name me. You're right. So name me a Jeff Hardy song.
Jeff Hardy on my playlist.
Right. So then you should be able to name me a song because I can name Judas.
I can't name one
because you can name his entrance music. Name another Fozzy song. Because I can name at least 3.
You haven't named one, so why do I got to name a second? You haven't named one. You fucking magician. Name one first. Name a Hardy song.
Redemption. Obsession.
You're just saying words. I don't know if these are actual songs.
Another Me. Equivalent.
I'm pulling up Spotify right now.
Look it up.
We have to see.
Jeff Hardy has some
A, B, C, D.
Okay, Redemption is a song. So KJ's right.
We got one.
What was the other one?
Spawn of Me, Another Me, Redemption, Modest is a good one.
You already said Redemption.
Sober Lines.
I have to go through his album.
Obsession and Redemption.
I know.
Okay,
it's part of a Google search, isn't it, Anthony? Because that shit's way buried down there.
Okay, he got all of them. They're there.
Look, Nick,
I went through his album.
Nick got accused of Googling.
I can do Googling shit. Why is everyone? I'm just gonna do every stream like this now. Hands up. I gotta do this like I'm getting police watch and everything. Just hands up. I'm not refreshing nothing. I'm not Googling nothing. I'm just everything.
One Fozzy song that Jericho isn't fucking coming out to.
Fuck.
Isn't the Learning Tree his song? too as
Is
well.
that a fucking song
I
with
think
lyrics?
that's a Fozzy song. Is it? I don't know.
Waka waka.
Sandpaper. Waka waka.
Waka waka flame.
Oh, fucking hilarious. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Hardy, I mean, he does, is not the best of shit, but I mean, he's when he's sober. Time and Fate's a good one. Nefarious is a decent one.
I had to say when he's sober.
Well, I mean, he's had some shows that didn't go so well.
Yeah, like when he showed up in Florida when he thought he was in North Carolina.
Dude, do it. I'm in. Let's go. Send KJ to the Jericho Cruise Fund.
I need you just next to Chris Jericho. Fuck you, Chris.
I would wear
3, 2, 1. Fuck you, Chris. And picture
Jared Hogan on the t-shirt for the photo op.
And get him to sign it. I bet you he'd sign it.
Probably. And the thing is, it'd be like, man, I used to love you. What happened?
Wow, you're a lot lamer than I thought you were.
The learning tree is Fozzy. There you go. Anthony got, but a song that he doesn't come out to. I did not do any of that, Adam. Come back to my side, bro.
What?
Come back to the winning side. Nick is and come back with a 10 and swoops. MDB's back, yes. As here come the system.
Oh, fuck.
Mommy and Daddy arguing again. And I don't know, stepdad. I don't know what Anthony.
I don't know.
Cousin.
I did have my fair share of
adopted child. Oh,
right.
I think that's the first for the channel. Like my fair share of arguments tonight. I really believe that's the first for the channel. No, it's not, because me and Nick went at it about Trinity.
That's true.
Earlier this year. That is true.
Hey, I feel like I'm a common denominator. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Feels like everyone just wants to argue with me. Again, it's going back to,
we don't want to argue. We don't want to argue. We try and save you from yourself.
Right, but this is, like I said, this goes back to
what have I become?
Judas in my mind. I become man.
Don't do that online, please.
Well, listen, you said that how many times? You need to wait till now to say that back at me. But no, I guess I've sat there and turned around and I've gone full circle and I've become the Chris Jericho here.
Oh, great. I saw Fozzy once. They're decent. AB, how drunk were you?
Right, decently bad. They're mid-average. They're mid-average.
This is right there. Look, as a metal fan, I find Fozzy a front to every. I'd rather listen to Sebastian Bach.
Well, yeah, no one's sitting there standing on that fucking hill to sit there and say Fozzy's great. I'm just saying that they're better than Jeff Hardy.
But you can't name any other song outside of Judas.
But I can't name a Jeff Hardy song. Like, I'm glad you can, but I can't name a one. I can at least name one. I can at least name a Fozzy song that's been played on national radio. You can name all the Jeff Hardy songs. Name me one that's been actually played on a radio station that's not in North Carolina.
Oh.
Everybody, oh.
Has Judas been played on the radio in your country?
Yes.
I don't know that. I've never heard it on a
I have neighbors that don't watch wrestling that know fucking Fozzy. That know Judas and everything. Fucking no one knows Willow. No one knows Jeff Hardy. No one knows fucking whatever his goddamn fucking band's name is. His band's name is thrown around. I don't even know the name of the band.
You're saying that the general public doesn't know who Jeff Hardy is?
Versus Chris Jericho, I would debatable.
Now I have to say, and I'm in agreement down
here.
We're on run since he lives in Chicago. I've never heard a Fozzy song on the radio.
I haven't heard it in Canada. He's Canadian.
But I do.
No, you can announce him. You can't claim that shit now, asshole.
We still haven't heard him on the radio
because he's American. You got to hear in Florida and all that, in Texas. You got to hear him in all those potential red states.
Right. But ladies and gentlemen, predictions are closed. The match has begun, and we got people walking around with chairs, and it looks like the system's taking a beating.
This looks like a mugging more than anything. Of like both teams are very clearly going at the system here, and they've all got Jeff Hardy designed, painted, steel chairs here.
Nick getting some love. I love it. I love it. I love it. I didn't know Fozzy existed until Jericho came up to us.
That's true. I didn't know he was in a band until I heard Judas, to be honest.
Right.
No, because they showed up on a Monday Night Raw. Remember, they sat there and did.
I must have been.
There was a Fozzy appearance of Chris Jericho on WWE television.
There was. I must have been not watching
if
at
I
that
can
time.
use the Google machine, if I can be allowed to use my hands and try and use the Google machine, or if any fact checker wants to let me know.
No, he's right. It happened. But
right.
Well, my favorite Jeff Hardy song is Driving Through Florida.
Thinking I'm in North Carolina. North Carolina, sunny days through Florida.
Damien with the weirdest comment I've read all night. It's 4 hours, and this is my favorite comment. I hate Jericho as a wrestler, but I love his music. Said nobody ever.
I think that proves I'm right in some aspect.
Oh, wait, look. Up on the barricade, down to a table. And they are systematically taking out the system.
Yeah.
This should have opened the show. It's the main event. I've seen Fozzy too, and the band. Yeah, they're pretty good. It's Jericho that sucks. I got their autographs, all of them, but Jericho, of course. Why they call
it's Jericho that sucks. The rest of them can actually play music. Jericho pretends he's a singer.
Mm-hmm. But we now know why this is the main event. And the last match to go out is because of the decorations.
I vaguely remember this. The Battle of the Bands with Cena.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't like Cena then. So that's probably why that was out of my mind.
Right.
Cool.
But
and you didn't like CM Punk before when you started joining this channel. And now how are you doing with that? So 100%.
But the Cena hate, that would never change. I'll stand on business with that. But yes, it has changed with CM Punk. It has changed with Charlotte. So, the channel's growing on me.
I'll stand on business with everything but John Cena. I still, to this day, hate John Cena. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Let's get our focus back to Matt Hardy going up a ladder.
Oh.
Nobody cares about Fozzy. We're moving on. Oh! And Eddie Edwards now taken out through a table.
Everybody just laid out here.
This is giving me so much Batman and Robin vibes of like where they have everything in like the fluorescent paint shit and everything. Like I'm thinking of George Clooney, Bat nipples, and all this.
Adam was right. You're on one tonight, bro. Fucking
yeah, you can have that.
But you're right. You're right on this.
Right. Hey. Oh, would you imagine that? I'm right about something.
Definitely Tim Burton vibes going on in this building right now.
Yeah. But we got Chris Bay and Jeff Hardy right now.
We just need Mr. Freeze.
It's time to freeze. What killed this? What's the same thing that killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Oh, fucking hell. Happy Saturday.
You acted like I wasn't going to know that?
I set it up for a reason.
Right, I know that. But you're so surprised that I nailed it.
Even when I help you, you get mad at me.
I see there's no pleasing you.
Exactly. As Paige just took a big bump.
Did you see Matt Hardy put out the video of Know Your Twists? Whether you're hitting the crossroads, the twist of it.
Are they going to win already?
Well, we're about to go at 11, so we're going to go hard out on the hour. Hard. Oh! Ace Austin breaks it up. I thought we were about to go hard out on the hour because we're at 10:59 and 3/4 here. MDB, the hell are you?
I just finished saying I needed MDB to come back and help me out. Man heard me.
Help me, MDB. You're my only hope, Princess Leia.
Right? The nightmare that is Chris Jericho.
Jericho or Geritol?
Geritol.
Yeah, it sounds like the medication you need to deal with Chris Jericho. I need Geritol. Sounds like a suppository.
ABC in control.
Everybody's on their feet.
Yeah, like standing. Room only right now. Nice sweep.
Well, what wasn't it last year at Bound for Glory when ABC became new tag champs? So would this be history repeats itself if they turn around and win it back and everything within a year at the same show?
I went out on a limb and said they might win, but I didn't know this was going to happen. I feel like they're not winning.
Imagine if you're the Hardy Boys and you lose with like all of your shit all over this. Like this is basically the Hardy compound,
right?
There's even like a Hardy ramp on the side of the ring.
This is what every stoner envisioned wrestling when they were in like the 1990s. If this is what this shit looked like this is a pothead's fever dream.
I don't know what this comment totally means, so that one's for you.
Richard Carl. Who's Richard Carl? Richard Karn? Karn? Carl? Who?
Karn.
Corn? What? I don't know with that. Like, I don't know the connection.
Did you just tell my friend he looks
there
like
was someone that sat there, and I'll ask you, Anthony, here. Someone gave me, I guess, the Clark Kent treatment of if I take my glasses off, I look like Wheeler Yuta.
Oh, Richard Carr is Weird Al Borland.
Really?
Not weird.
You look like Wheeler Yuta?
What the fuck did you just say? Is Weird Al Borland?
This match is weird, by the way, folks. We're still watching.
Yeah,
I swear to
God.
God.
To call me Weird Al Borland, so go fuck yourself.
It's no.
Just shut up. Just go fuck yourself. Moving on.
But
Richard Man KJ over there.
You're hosting Family Feud next week.
No, what am I, Steve Harvey? Show me potato salad.
He wasn't the first host.
Well, yeah, then you get into fucking
Richard Karn,
Louis Anderson, Richard Dawson. Oh,
well, he was different. He was different.
Well, yeah, he lived through the statute of limitations, is what he lived through.
Yeah, no shit. Rocco, hope you had fun on your cruise. Jeff designed the ring, and he spoke with his friend Shannon. After he spoke with his friend Shannon. Nick, when you take your glasses off, you resemble Peppa Pig a tad.
What the fuck?
Very nice. Oh,
Listen,
are you ready?
But you don't need to be dropping acid right now.
Look at this. Oh,
yo.
They folded the ladder in half or extended it. I don't know what the fuck.
Normally I don't do this
Al
shit.
Borland.
This guy be doing this shit.
Al Borland, can you please explain the ladder situation?
You're right. Normally you have a ladder like this. This one like this.
As Matt Hardy setting up a ladder now. Jeff Hardy doing what he does.
It's in a book. Ladder rainbow.
I'd like to see KJ, Nick, and Anthony host the Family Feud. That'd be hilarious.
That'll be the new original content coming soon. We'll do it with the chat. We'll have teams and everything. We'll do our own Family Feud.
We might be able to do something like that.
Hey, here's another bad idea I came up with. Congratulations.
Reach in. ABC back in. We haven't seen the system in a hot minute. I'm starting to wonder if they slide back in last minute and get close.
Oh.
AB what? Winning? What inning? Well, fucking Jesus Christ. Top of the ninth.
Top of the ninth, 4-2 Yankees, bases loaded with Volpe at bat. But yeah, with the system pretty much kind of getting eradicated at the start of this, and if they could still come back, normally when you do something like that, they win the match. So could we end back-to-back of who the fuck had them winnings of Nick Nemeth wins and then the system wins?
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, we thought maybe all 3 main events would have title changes.
Right. Only one so far.
Oh, that bridge and ladder is getting broken.
Yeah, like this is an interesting spot. I don't know how these men, they got chairs too.
We're about to have fucking dueling. What is it? Is like Camelot or whatever, what it is, where you get the fucking jousting game? Joust. Of where I feel like we're about to get that school arcade game.
We're at medieval times.
No, you remember the old school arcade game, joust and everything like that. We got both these men just fucking, knights of the stone table.
Both men dropping the chairs. Both men reaching for the belt now. Jeff Hardy
and Ace Austin, your new tag team champions. They each pull down a belt.
Oh, punch to the gut.
Ooh. This is an awkward position.
That it's going to be interesting with that bridge. Like I've never seen that before.
I just can't handle all this colors and everything.
Yo, did your stuff go off?
Mine just cut out.
Yo, I told you.
And I hit.
We had to get to it out. This video file cannot be played, so we don't know the end result of Bound for Glory.
What a fumble! Stream because it went too long.
It hit 11.
What WCW, my guy?
I honestly thought it was because it's starting over for me. It went back to the FBI logo.
Oh no, I got the system in the ring.
Well, let me see if I can.
Oh yeah, it came back on. The system is now playing.
Yeah, we came back. No signal from venue. I thought we were about to have a WCW Nitro. We got the end of Halloween Havoc with Goldberg and DDP and everything, and replay it. But yeah,
dude, if that. Oh, I went off again.
Okay, all right, I'm back.
I went out again.
Yep, I just went out again.
Fuck you and your sinks then. No, we can't see where the shit right now. I don't know. I'm back out again. What is happening?
Everyone else having problems?
Mine's this is so bad.
I'll fill you in.
All right,
we're back now.
I'm back.
What in the Jared Leto's Joker? No, I'm getting the replay of them dumping out the ladder. And now they dumped out the ladder.
Hardy's mess.
All right, I'm back. They're setting up tables. The system.
Refresh. I'm gonna have to try and refresh. Yeah,
I did that.
This is crazy.
I'm back at the FBI warning.
Hit the live button. I'm Nick.
Yeah. No.
Oh well, I just got kicked out again.
This is crazy. But see, like MDB good.
This is the hardest fumble. This is like you fumbled it and then you try to pick it up and then you fumble the shit again. Like, what the fuck is going on with this?
That is crazy, dude. I've
got the system with Hardy tables on the outside. I don't want to touch anything because this is at least the most action I've had.
Oh no.
I feel like literally they don't even know at this point if they're on the air or not.
Well, the wrestlers wouldn't have a clue that we're having this problem.
Yeah, I don't know, but the announced fucking team, Matthew Reinholt, seems to halfway be, struggling of do I go with, and I go back off the air again.
Yeah, this might be a Triller issue. We can't just assume that TNA fucked up. This could be a Triller thing.
Yeah, TNA Plus. Yeah, we had that.
That is watching from TNA Plus. Are you having issues?
Get TNA Plus. If you're watching on TNA Plus, is it working? They never went off the air for MDB. Yeah,
Fair enough, but I ain't about to pay another $40 to sit there and watch the last 2 minutes of this.
No,
I just refreshed and it just says no signal.
no
from the venue.
signal from
Yeah.
the.
This
What
is definitely
up?
Triller's issue. And
WCW.
And I didn't pay on
Well,
TNA.
you can't blame you. Can't. You don't know that it's TNA's fault, my guy.
It's somebody's fucking fault.
If
and
it's
it's
still
bad
playing on
either way.
TNA Plus, it's definitely not TNA's fault.
If TNA plus TNA's fine. So it's not.
It's definitely Triller.
Because it's Triller.
All right, now it's back to me.
9. Fuck
Watch.
you, Dodgers.
Yeah, it's Triller issue. Get it.
So we demand a refund.
No signal from venue. I'm watching on TNA Plus. See, I mean, we have so many subscription. Oh, I'm back.
I'm back too. I got ABC in the ring with chairs to the.
They're gonna concerto or they're piling
Yeah,
chairs.
we're gonna concerto.
Triller, no bueno.
No mas, no mas.
Yeah, it's definitely Triller. I'm on Twitter now, and a lot of people are saying it's Triller.
Bay laying them out, but the match's still going, so that's good news. At least it didn't fuck up the ending.
Right.
If people are getting
Is
it
it still
back,
going, or are we just that far behind that this match is already over? Everybody's
live.
left the arena. We're just getting it now.
No, I believe we're live. So Jeff Hardy took out one of the fucking one of the towers. There you go. Cutter on Myers.
Sir, they've swantoned a second tower.
Holy shit. What a night. What a night. What a show. Yankees need to win 3 straight now. Good luck.
Well,
TNA
next 2
Plus
games
working
are at
great.
home, so if we go 2-2, we
You'll be
top
fine.
the series, and then it just becomes the best of 3.
You're not in trouble till you lose one at home. So,
Ooh. Has the crowd sat down at all?
no, they've been on their feet this entire match as ABC sets up the ladder under the belts.
Ooh, sit out powerbomb.
Oh, I got to save this one, man. That is awesome. I just want to say watching wrestling with you 3 has been some of the best wrestling experiences I've had. Great job, guys. And I'm glad to be a part of it. Boston, man, we appreciate that. We really do. And that's all we ever wanted to do was make the wrestling experience fun. In a time, especially when we started this, wrestling wasn't that hot. We just wanted to have a good time chatting about wrestling. And here we are today. So that means a lot. It really does, bro.
I'm glad you let us in the sphere of you and Anthony. And that you watched the wrestling with us.
Oh, Nikki.
No, I love being a part of this channel, and Boston is a good guy outside of our jokes in the comments, but Boston's a good guy, so I appreciate him.
Grace is coming to NXT, could be. Oh my God.
Hey,
Chris Bay is
Devon. That's what that was supposed to be. That's what that was supposed to be.
What a fucking move.
What is he?
Nikki.
Yeah. What? What did I do now?
Springboard cutter.
Yes. Oh, I've got Ace Austin fucking still walking the shit over there.
This is a brutal match.
Liberty.
Yeah, define brutal, my guy. I don't know what you mean.
This is just making me want Skittles or fruit, like fruity pebbles or fruit by the foot,
right?
And shit with this.
Welcome to the club.
Oh, Chris Bay is hanging from the strap.
Oh, Jeff Hardy spot.
They're about to do like a spear.
Jeff Hardy spot with Copeland.
Yeah, you're gonna do the spear. Myers through him.
It doesn't work that well when you got to swing him like a fucking pendulum into it. If you would have just let him, if Eddie Edwards didn't touch him where the fuck, it would have been 10 times better.
Oh, like you didn't swing him into it? Oh, that's that.
No, because that to me, that's the Jeff Hardy edge spot.
So you can't do it as you can't repeat it. And the fact that he swung it made it even harder. Like, I thought that was great that he threw him into it.
Yes, I always love when I see Peter Pan fly in the fucking musical and I can see the fucking wires that carry him across and everything.
It wasn't a wire.
The wire fighting team's ready.
Oh my God, Nick. His tag team partner threw him in to a spear. It's more impactful. Don't be picky on that, my guy.
Yes, I will be picky. I will pick my nose. I will pick you. I will pick anything. I will pick everything I got to pick to be picky on that with a prickly pear.
Let's go. Jeff Hardy jumping off stuff as always. Down goes. Oh, Edwards getting a chair from Hardy.
Shit me if they win.
Yeah. Thank you, MDB. No, do it exactly the way they did it 20 years ago.
I didn't say do it exactly. I'm saying to sit there and look like the wire fighting team.
Wrapped around his neck.
It was his partner that did it. He threw him into the man. Wow, Myers takes him out. This match has been great. And someone asked, is this pay-per-view better than the last AEW one? Yes. Because you don't think this is better than Wrestle Dream? Yeah, you definitely on one if you don't think this is better than Wrestle Dream.
I didn't say nothing. I just made a noise and you assumed.
My bad. The always means good stuff. Silly me.
I mean, the fumble on the back end might play an emphasis here.
But
we're watching the match. We're watching the match. What?
You asked my opinion, and then when I give it, you're like, "We're watching the match. We're moving on. We're on to Dallas."
I can't even argue with you. I can't argue with you right now about the fumble. The fumble. Fucking IWC member number 2 over here.
You're telling me that was a clean way to get to where we're at in this match?
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about right now.
The show cutting out. How about did we miss that?
Oh my! So you're gonna say this show sucked because Triller had
I just threw it out there, my guy. I literally wasn't gonna say anything, and you kept fucking going.
I can't respond to the opinion you gave me.
I made a noise, and that's what you responded to.
No, you told me what the sentence is. Do you not even hear yourself speak?
Sometimes.
Nick, you're tripping. They killed Eddie. Up goes Jeff Hardy. This is going to be insane. This has been a crazy show. It's been nuts.
Oh, Jeff at the top, Swanton.
No, don't do it, Jeff.
The
other table just said, fuck it, I'm staying. Oh, that hurt. Of course, Adam. The MDB's back. We're good.
I didn't do shit. Fucking heel clicker on the other table. That table that's a Japanese table. That second table.
Oh, Jeff Hardy's hurt. Like that had to hurt.
I'm just mad because the Yankees suck more than Jericho. Is that possible? Is that possible?
As Matt Hardy's looking to go up the ladder, but someone's rolling in here. Is that Ace back from the dead?
Yeah, that's Ace.
Yeah. Well, he waited way too long for that chair shot, though. Good overall pay-per-view. We'll get to the ratings at the end, folks. This has been fun. They killed Eddie. They might have killed Jeff in the process. Come on, get it, Ace. Get it, Ace. Get it, Ace. Get it. Wait.
There's Alicia.
Alicia.
Oh,
is this system going to retain? And Ace Austin swallowing his nards.
Oh, Matt Hardy. Matt Hardy behind her. Wait a minute.
Delete. Let's go.
I'm surprised there wasn't Rebby out there behind her.
Yeah, where's Rebby? Alicia eating a twist of fate. Yeah, it was a horror.
Fade away and become obsolete.
Ooh.
Hardy got the ladder propped up.
I mean, they've done a good job with like every week. Like, oh, they're gonna win. Nope.
Oh, Kendo. Eddie came alive with the kendo stick.
We thought Eddie was dead. He's back.
Jeff Hardy.
No way.
Came
Oh,
through.
wait. They're back. Double Sabu. Uh-oh. Poor Eddie. Poor Eddie.
Oh,
Rose
my
such
God.
a clatter. They're playing the cymbals on this man's
That's it.
skull.
is this
They're
it?
climbing. This is
They're
it.
climbing.
This is it. And new TNA Tag Team Champions, the Hardy Boys, in the Hardy Jungle match.
Dude, in the Hardy compound, in the Hardy, it's not the Hardy compound, it's the Hardy Foundation match of they put a nice bit of makeup on all of this shit to be Hardys. But yes. Hardys.
Oh my God. One last ride for the Hardy Boys. Well, that happened. Oh, shut up, Boston. Talk to your boy. Talk to your boy, Anthony.
Anthony?
I think Boston is trolling. I would assume.
Hardy's won. Yes, they did. Hardy's done it. Yes. Last night we get MCMG winning the WWE tag belts. Tonight we get the Hardys winning the TNA tag belts. What is happening in 2024?
Yeah, and this whole ring's fucking airsoft painted like it's a fucking fever dream and everything like that. Like, there's so many colors and shit. All the vitamins, all the acid drops, everything. Right. Don't watch this match if you're on LSD because it'll fucking fry your brain with all these colors.
Right. What is happening right now? Jeff,
we're going to the crowd.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this looks like we're going off the air. So remember, we do take a rating out of 10 at the end of the night. So let us know how you felt about this show. I see some really good records, 8-1, 7-2. I'm going to have to verify some of these. I don't trust y'all, but the belt's on the line tomorrow anyway.
The only person that wins is the one who picked Nick Nemeth to go over and leave as world champion. You get 10 fucking Brucey bonus points just on that because you're probably the only one who had that.
Chair saying 7.5, then downgrades to a 7 instantly. 8.5 from Bradley, 8.5, 10 from ABJ. Did Joe Hendry win? No. So better than Wrestle Dream? It was better than Wrestle Dream, in my humble opinion. I enjoyed this. There was a lot less. Wrestle Dream had so many shit matches out of 13 that it can't be better than this. Like, percentage-wise, this pay-per-view was much better than Wrestle Dream.
You had a 6-hour show with Wrestle Dream, and it was the tale of two halves of it was really great until it really wasn't. And when it really wasn't, that's exactly what it really wasn't. Like, it went so far off a cliff. It was Yosemite Sam of yee. Yeah.
That TNA gave us 4 hours of pretty solid wrestling tonight. Anthony, I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, I was way more invested in this pay-per-view than Wrestle Dream as a whole.
Yeah, the only match, like I said, I didn't really care for. It was a great match or is a good match was the opener. I really felt like that lacked because of Vikingo. But other than that, I thought the show was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Masha won Byron.
I kind of think they built on each match because you had Josh and Steve Macklin go at it, and that was a solid match. Then you follow that up, I believe, with Moose and Santana, and that kicked it off. And then the last 3 matches were incredible, right? So yeah, I really enjoyed this. I'm still deciding my rating, but I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
So, anyone want to go first?
I think overall I give it an 8. I think an 8. Yeah, I mean 8. I mean, like Anthony said, the first match was Speedball and Vikingo was okay. It was pretty good. Masha banged. Macklin and Remind me who Macklin beat up tonight, or got beat up by. Josh. I thought that match was great. I didn't love the ending of it, so a couple points off there, percentage points. But yeah, overall, I mean, that was a quality 4-hour pay-per-view. The main event, I mean, if you're a wrestling mark, if you're a nostalgia mark, that was all kinds of chaos and fun. ABC came to the table, literally. I think they killed Eddie Edwards twice. I thought the main event was fucking fun as hell. Joe Hendry, Nick Nemeth, they surprised us with the outcome of that. So even though people are going to be mad that Joe didn't win, that's kind of the job they had to do there. I want to know what's happening with JBL. I'm going to give the pay-per-view an 8.
I'm surprised you went with an 8 because of the fact that I was going to go 8.5. I was more anticipating that, and then getting into, I know I was on one tonight, and shouldn't say anything about the Triller issues and anything like that. Right, but there were some things that to me were points that could be marked off and everything. So that's why, I would have gone knocking things that I disagree with or didn't like on the show or what have you, that could have been marks against it and landed at an 8. So that's why I was more of just surprised you started at an 8, because I would have started at 8.5, and maybe you can settle back to an 8, what have you, an 8.25, what have you. I still think it was a great show.
So your rating is
8. I get with you. I started 8.5 and knocked it back down. That's why. But no, I'm surprised you started at an 8.
I give up.
I'm between 8 and 9, so I think I'm gonna settle at an 8.5. The PCO match, which I wasn't on stream, I was on my pause. The PCO match and Cardona match was wild. I didn't think it was gonna be that wild, but they really delivered. I really enjoyed the Jordan Grace match. The women's tag team title match was great. The only downer to me was really the opener. I think everything was solid. I really think tonight was great. And I I don't know who set it up there, but they have to start watching TNA now because they saw what tonight delivered. TNA is like this, on a weekly basis. It kind of delivers when you watch.
Speaking of watching, what you watching? Oh my God. Yes, no, I think we're all in the same ballpark. I know apparently I broke everyone was saying I started at an 8.5 and then, denounced some points, demarked some points and everything, and I ended up at an 8. So we're all still around an 8, 8.5 and everything.
Yeah.
Still a fantastic show. I would say clearly, despite my noises, I guess, that I made of better than Wrestle Dream and everything, of that was a show of two halves of, if what we got with Bound for Glory tonight was stacked throughout it, and literally if you're nitpicking at nuances and everything, part of what I'm knocking points for is because Triller fucked up, not because TNA fucked up, type of shit.
Yeah, and I think that's where I kind of laughed, where TNA Plus kept working solidly. So if Triller glitched out, I can't hold that against the company. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, you didn't get an extra $40 out of me for 3 seconds that didn't fuck up.
Triller gonna give me a discount on my
refund.
Right. If you can't get your shit together. Great show, 8 out of 10. Everyone seems in that 8-9 area. I think people saying what are they gonna do? Joe Hendry's gonna be here. Joe will get his moment. They're going to make you wait for it. They're going to, patience has been.
We've been waiting.
You've been waiting.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say you've been waiting. I'm cool. I'm cool. Whenever it happens, it happens.
Right? He doesn't
have your spot in line then, because I'm fucking waiting.
Yeah. The Yankees lost the first 2 games of the World Series. You giving up on them? Or are you going to? No, but did you give up on them?
Let me know when the Maple Leafs win anything in the playoffs.
No, but you're not getting the point. For me. You're still going to cheer for them in Game 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Joe Hendry lost Game 1. He's coming back for Game 2. We got to figure out if we still cheer.
Yeah, but no, we're on Game 8 out of 7 here.
He's never been there before.
I'm no more of just, to me, is the
impatient,
the star fading, is the attention. Joe Hendry is not as talked about right now as he was at one point. He was at peak fucking attention and everything like that.
He said give it 4 months. He's going to be even bigger than he ever was.
Fair enough.
No,
I digress.
honestly,
It's almost midnight. I digress.
I was just gonna say that I honestly believe because WWE is the bigger show and he's not on it anymore, he's not talked about. That's not TNA's fault. He lost that he
He was
finished his
talking about more
storyline.
before he was on
He finished his
WWE.
storyline. He finished his storyline with NXT, and he has to go back to the company he's been working for the past 2, 3, 4 years. It's not Joe's fault. It's not. But again, I go back to the fact that you would cut a Nick Nemeth storyline to give the title to Joe Hendry. Where do we go after that if we did it in the middle of the summer when he was hot? Where do we put him after that?
Yeah.
Who
And
does he
we've seen that.
face? Who,
Then he
what
faces
feud is
Nick
he in?
Nemeth again.
Well, what's the point? And again, we've seen this in the other company where the IWC gets all antsy about something on the online. Oh, you should have given the Acclaim the win. And then they're like, oh shit, here you go, Acclaimed. And they burn out to nothing. They fizzle and blow up. And that's my fear. The money is in the chase. Tonight, JBL being a nice caveat. And the fact that TNA's got us debating it, good on him. We're going to talk about Joe Hendry for quite a while. And then when he finally gets finishes his story, we're all going to be here jumping up for joy. Nobody's quitting on this guy. You're not quitting on the Yankees. I'm not quitting on the Leafs. Anthony's not quitting on his team. I'm sure it's Atlanta something. But we're all not giving up on Joe.
Falcons, Braves, pick one. I know you're a Bills fan, so we can
Bills,
confide as Bills fans together. We can gang up on the Argonauts fan over there. The fucking I'm leader of the Gorgonauts over there.
Are they still a team? I didn't know. I don't know if that.
I don't know. I don't get CFL. You do.
Neither do I. But yeah, man, that was a crazy night, crazy main event. Hardy's your world champion. Congratulations to Masha Slamovich. Congratulations to Nick Nemeth on retaining. Sorry, Joe. We still believe in you, though. But yeah, man, for my money, great night. Any final thoughts on this wonderful card?
I'm good. I think tonight was great. I have no like doubts or anything. Like I said, the only downer was that opener. Everything else was great.
They did a good job of pulling the rug on people. I will say that. Even with the Joe Hendry Nick Nemeth match, we can still argue about Joe Hendry. None of us.
I'll always be your fan, Boston. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Birds of a socks of a feather flock together, I guess. But yeah. But no, they did a good job of pulling the rug out from people and everything, and still making it captivating. But our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit. Oh, sorry.
This man is on one tonight. Go ahead, bro.
I didn't know. No, go ahead.
No, finish.
I didn't know.
I'll make
speak. Speak.
Oh,
our shit is real. Our shit is raw. Our shit is authentic. When you're talking about that rest, you better put that full live with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Halloween Havoc tomorrow. Follow us on Instagram. Follow all our socials. Thank you for making tonight incredible. Remember, nobody watches live wrestling like we do. Nobody watches more live wrestling than we do. We appreciate all of it. And until tomorrow, until the Havoc, we'll see you on the flip side. Good night.